Good morning again, Ms. Matthias. We are live, we are recording, we are streaming. You may proceed with the executive review session.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for Monday, February 10th, 2025. Please note for the record that Commissioner Sheta is joining us remotely, as well as I am. The first item is adjournments. Item number 1, 2024-27 BZ and 55-12 BZ, 762 Wythe Avenue in Brooklyn. Decision items. Item number 2, 99-00BZ, Volume 4, 147-6, 76th Avenue, Queens.
Okay, no submission was required, so I want to make a motion to approve. And this is for the council. Please state it in the resolution that DOB shall confirm all matters of the zoning, including lot coverage. Is everybody okay with it? All right, motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 3, 8892 BZ, Volume 3, 3007 East Tremont Avenue, the Bronx.
Okay. Applicant revised the plans with a note regarding the outdoor seating. So I was satisfied with the submission. Everybody's okay with it? So I want to make a motion to approve a 10-year extension of term from the expired date of last grant with condition that the certificate of occupancy be obtained within 24 months from the date of the grant, and that the board is not taking any position on the outdoor seating, which is subject to DOT approval. Is everybody okay with that? Okay, motion to grant that.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown, can you move closer to a mic, or I can't hear you that well? Is it on?
That.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Mic on.
Aye.
thank you. Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 4, 1693 BZ, Volume 3, 110 Christopher Street, Manhattan.
Okay, no submission was required. This is an extension of term, so I make a motion to approve for a 10 years extension of term from the expired date of last grant with condition that a certificate of occupancy be obtained within 24 months from the date of the grant. And the resolution should also state that the applicant has proposed to add occupancy limit as stated in the certificate of occupancy in the commercial lease agreement, and will also include that no smoking, no social gatherings be permitted in the commercial space, no loud music to be played in at any time, and existing air shaft shall be used for fire department and DOB requirements. Is everybody okay with those? Okay. Motion to grant.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
excuse me, Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 5, 2024-39A, 34 Van Street, Staten Island.
Okay, applicant has provided the firm map. And from the firm map, it seems the site is outside the flood zone. Commissioner Sheta, I think you had asked for that information.
Yes,
You're
I
okay?
did look at it. I want to thank them for providing that. It's not in the flood zone according to the map and the site location shown in the map.
There's a little, I'm sorry, before you speak, Madam Chair, there's a little feedback on Sheta, Commissioner Sheta. I don't, to me, just go ahead then.
I think we were okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It sounded a little itchy, but go ahead.
Okay. So regarding the community board, I just want for the record to make sure everybody's aware, the applicant has stated that the community board never requested a meeting. And the applicant further states that maybe because the waiver was for an existing building, a proof of notice was submitted to the record, which we do have in our file. So I was satisfied with with that response. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. This is an application for a GCL 36 for really a CO. Nothing is happening with the building. It's really just a modification to the CO because of the use. So I want to make a motion to approve this grant.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Decision item number 6, 2024-54A through 56A, 104, 106, Fleet Place, 165 Willoughby Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. Before I proceed, I want to ask Ms. Matias, did you hear anything back?
No, I keep checking. I reached
I
out.
know. And as we know, Ms. Matias is quite persistent in
I tried on Friday.
you are. And so we did receive additional information, including a revised statement of fact, which corrected the typo. Commissioner Yoon, I think you had pointed out, you're okay with that? And in addition, the applicant also provided a capital improvement plan. And we received a no objection regarding this application from fire department. Sorry.
And
Go ahead.
DEP.
Right, we do have a DEP sign off that we did right at the very beginning on the first hearing. A capital improvement plan has been provided, and which is based on a DCP data source as of January 2025. And according to that map, it shows that there are no roads or infrastructure improvements funded for the portion of Willoughby and Fleet Street where the subject site would be abutting. I'm sorry. As I mentioned, Ms. Matias has reached out to DOT and has asked for an update, but we have yet to receive a response. But based on the evidence provided, and especially given that as of 2016, board had approved another similar building that was fronting on Willoughby and Fleet Street, and had granted a GCL 35 for that, because we did not receive any letter that indicated there was a capital improvement plan. We did get sign off from DOT and that, and also there was a letter from EDC stating that there was no such plan. So with all of the historic evidence which are not too old, which are pretty recent, I am comfortable proceeding in granting an approval. I just want to make sure, commissioners, you're all okay with that. And we can take support from the evidence that we had from a prior case, very recent case. Okay. So then I want to make a motion to grant this GCL 35.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 7, 2024-03BZ, 117 Spencer Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. There was a minor correction in the plan with regards to the number. There was an inconsistent number. There was an inconsistency in the number, and so it was corrected. But other than that, it doesn't change anything that the board had found. I felt. I just want to make sure everybody had a chance to review it. Okay. So there were environmental conditions. So the environmental conditions related to noise is that the proposed building shall provide a minimum 28 dBA window wall attenuation with an alternate means of ventilation. Then there was, and the ventilation, alternate means of ventilation shall include but not limited to central air conditioning. With regards to air quality, line electric power will be used for heating, venting, and air conditioning system. And if all applicable laws and regulations permit the use of fossil fuel for the hot water system at the site, and the applicant chooses to use the fossil fuel for such system, then the system shall utilize natural gas and must be filled with low NOx 30 PRM burners. The hot water equipment stack must be located at the building's highest level and at a minimum of 83 foot above grade and located at least 13.5 feet from the northern lot line of block 1735, lot 39. Furthermore, HVAC type shall comply with applicable laws and regulations as determined by DOB and other relevant agencies. There is with regards to hazmat, there is an E designation that's been placed on the zoning map pursuant to zoning resolution section 11-15. And further hazmat assessment shall be coordinated through Mayor's Office of Environmental Remediation. So those are the environmental conditions. I don't have anything else to add, but if everybody's satisfied, I just want to make a motion to approve.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application's been granted. Item number 8, 2024-33 BZ 77 Selkirk Street, Staten Island.
Okay. Applicant has submitted a plan with regards clarifying the lighting. I don't have any other comments, and I want to make a motion to approve.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Special order calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 9, 15490 BZ 730 Avenue West, Brooklyn.
Oh, okay. My computer. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, so applicant revised the rooftop fire department access path, and now it would go around the perimeter of the rooftop. The fence height has been lowered to 6 foot around the mechanical unit, and the fencing would include acoustical barrier of STC rating 28. The outstanding comment was for fire department's review regarding the temporary use of the rooftop only for circuit structure. Fire department issued no objection to the temporary circuit structure on the roof specifically for the observance of circuit. Applicant submitted an amendment SECRA document. So I don't have any additional comments from an environmental review. Ms. Benke, is there anything that needs to be added?
Hi, we just might have a few minor comments on the final EAS, but we can reach out to the applicant. It was formatting and a incorrect SECRA number. So other than that, nothing.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Questions or comments for the commission vice chair Shabeta?
I don't know if you mentioned that the FDNY signed off on the CERCA via email on 128.
I didn't state it that correctly, but thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
That's all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no question.
Okay, Commissioner Sheta?
I have no comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have no comments.
Okay. I want to thank Fire Department Deputy Chief for their quick review and response, and also the applicant's team in finding an alternative solution that addresses Fire Department's comments. So this is looking good. Next case.
New cases, item number 10, 49929 BZ, volume 4, 24870 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens.
Okay, I did see the proof of hearing notice, but I did not see the proof of initial filing, which I'm sure has been done because the community board has received the document and has scheduled hearing. I think there was a committee meeting that was scheduled for January 29th, and there would be a public hearing for March 3rd. The applicant can update, so it may have been submitted, but I didn't see it in the SharePoint.
Requested, didn't see.
Yeah, this is an application for an extension of term for a previously granted variance to allow the operation of an automotive service station, which will expire on March 23rd, 2026. And the applicant is also seeking a waiver of board's rule. So I won't go through the history of it. Everybody has read through it. With regards to the proposed proof of continuous use, Google Street Views have been provided from 2020 and 2022. A compliance chart, I did not see that. So if the applicant can submit, that would be good. That is something the board always looks at with regards to extension of term. Overall, the site seems to be kept in good condition based on this photos that's been provided. One of the conditions from the prior board was that 2 attendants be available from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for full service. So it wasn't clear from any of the documents provided if that was being provided. And there are no violation. No, actually, I did not see any violation reports. If the applicant provide an update on the violation report. Other than that, I don't have any other questions. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. No comments.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
You know, judging from the pictures, and I didn't go to the site, it looked like the curb cuts were larger than the 20 feet on Marathon Parkway. I was wondering if they could just check the measurements of that in the field.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. My only comment is about the lumen spread. Looking at the property line along the residential at the top of the drawing. This is the southern one. You can see some values, 2.9, 2.7, like multiple times adjacent to that building. I believe this building is residential. And if it is, you need to do some shielding.
Hold on. I'm just going to look at the plans. I
can share it if it's easier.
Sure.
Yeah, right here. Oops. One second. Let me move that.
Oh, in the back. Where?
Yeah, right here. 2.9, 2.9, 2.7.
So, yeah, so it wasn't clear if that building, that existing masonry building, if it's a one-story commercial or if there was any residential building on top. It wasn't clear from the photo, so that was provided. I'm trying to.
I looked at it on Google and I thought it's
Okay.
I thought the only residential was the one
one behind the
Yeah,
garage.
That's what I had.
I think the way the photo was showing, it's almost showing that building that's in the rear on top of this. So that's why I wasn't sure if there was. So the applicant should clarify. Definitely
Okay.
agree with you. The applicant should clarify.
That's fair.
And yeah, I did see those high numbers, but then I felt this is being a commercial use with no residential, but they should clarify.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Yoon?
Alright, let's see, okay, yeah, just like you, I had thought that that was a commercial building, because I did look at that, but we'll let them clarify. Just a minor thing in the statement of facts on page 3 in the BSA history. In 2006, it notes that there was a 5-year extension of term, which of course made me wonder why we had given a shorter term, but then in the submitted BSA history doc and the resolution, it notes that in 2006, it was a 10-year extension of term. So I think that should just be, that typo should be changed, because it flagged as if there was some sort of concern before, but it seems like it was straight 10-year extensions. And that was my only comment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, next case, please.
Next item, item number 11, 11594 BZ, volume 3, 2470 Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community board has received community board recommendation. And it held a continued hearing on February 3rd. I think there was a lot of concern. There's a lot of concern, as we know historically, on this site. This is an application for an extension of term pursuant to zoning resolution section ZR 11-411 for a previously approved variance for an existing automotive repair facility located at the subject site, which expired on March 11th, 2022. And also the application is seeking an amendment of conditions of previous resolution and extension of time and waiver of rule. So applicant is proposing a 10 years extension of time. It expired on March 11th, as I said, of 2022, and seeking an extension of time to obtain a CO, which also expired on the same date, and is also seeking an amendment of board's rule to remove the restrictive deck. And the restrictive deck was that as the condition of the resolution are amended after each extension of term and subsequently recorded on a CO, which a restrictive deck, and the applicant is saying that every time a recording a restrictive deck, when there's a change in CO, is a burden and updating the address. So that is why the applicant is requesting a modification to the board's condition. A compliance chart has been provided, and as I stated, the prior board has had concerns with this site, especially the operation with storage of vehicles on the sidewalk and display of tires and other sales material on the sidewalk and repair of vehicles on the sidewalk. So applicant provided, since the last hearing, applicant indicates that it has changed its operational plan and has provided a description of the current operational plan that is in effect regarding addressing the parking on the sidewalk, keeping the tires within the building, which are being kept on fixed tires, racks mounted inside the building, and are located off the sidewalk. Also, the applicant, in its description, discussed the process in which the vehicles exiting and entering the building do not cause blocking of the sidewalk, and that the operator also monitors illegal parking on the sidewalk and also stores the trash dumpsters within the building. So based on the photos that has been provided, overall site condition, it does seems to be cleaner than from the last time I remember when I was on the board. I reviewed it. The sidewalks did seem to be clear of vehicles and sales items and tires, though the photos that were provided, I did see 2 vehicles. One was a red color vehicle that was parked at the corner in front of the residential building. So I'm not sure if that belongs to the residential building, which I doubt, or if it belongs to the current operator or the other operator that is located next to the subject site. There are two open ECB violations for not obtaining the certificate of occupancy and for not complying with signage. So the compliance chart states that the site complies with signage and certificate of occupancy requirement, which is therefore contrary to the ECB violation. I want the applicant to clarify and correct the compliance chart. I want the applicant to provide the reason for non-compliance with signage and for not obtaining the certificate of occupancy. The site has failed to secure a certificate of occupancy for a very long period of time. I think as we move forward on this, the applicant needs to make sure that it has started the process for securing a certificate of occupancy. And there should be no reason for the applicant not to be able to submit a certificate of occupancy. While the applicant did provide a reason for seeking an amendment amendment to not require the restrictive deck, I have to say the applicant's reasoning was not clear. So I do want the applicant to provide much more clarity as to why it was asked and why they want to remove it. While the site, as I said, does appear to be in a better condition than in 2020, there are, the complaints from the community has been continuous. There are issues around it. And I will not be surprised if there are representatives from the community board who would be attending the hearing and presenting their concerns. So I also want the applicant to provide interior photos of the tire rack, trash storage inside. And, I have some ideas and thoughts as to how they can distinguish their operation from the abutting, because the abutting auto use is not before the board and it's grandfathered. So it is very difficult to distinguish whose vehicles are parked on the sidewalk, who is doing the repair and how. And it seems there are two different owners and operators of this business. They're not the same. So I do think the applicant needs to find a solution that can distinguish their operations separately from the others. And I think it would be to their advantage in terms of when they're discussing this before the community board or to any other city agencies trying to defend their process. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. You've stated all my concerns. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown,
I have no additional questions.
Commissioner Sheta.
Oops.
I can't hear you.
Yep. I just unmuted myself. Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have no further comments.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. There was one note in the 2020 resolution that noted that the applicant had confirmed during the discussion of that case that an application to the Department of Parks and Recreation had been made for street trees. So updating us on what happened there, because I think street trees were requested as probably a measure to help prevent parking on the sidewalk.
Yes.
Obviously, as you said, looking through photos, both on Cyclomedia and in Google, you see that while it is kept in better condition and cars are not as frequently parked on the sidewalks directly in front of the establishment, there does seem to be the same red truck parked in front of the residential building, which is highly suspicious. There are many photos of cars with hoods open across the street directly in front of the site. So one can only assume, based on the testimony provided by neighbors and all of the numerous photos, that work is being done on the street. So we need the applicant, as the chair had mentioned, to clarify that and also find a solution that can distinguish their operation from their neighbors and to obviously stop working on cars in the street if that is indeed happening. That's all I have right now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Move on.
Yes.
Item number 12, 8915 BZ Volume 4, 92 Walworth Street, Brooklyn.
We received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community board recommendations, we have not received yet. So applicant, if you can provide an update, and our project manager, I believe, has reached out to the community board also asking for an update. This is an application for an amendment of a previously approved variance to develop a 4-story residential development in a manufacturing zoning district, and an extension of time to complete construction and obtain a certificate of occupancy and a waiver of board's rule. Back in 2018, BSA had approved a use variance to allow a 4-story plus cellar building with 4 residential dwelling units. In 2021, through a letter of substantial compliance, the unit count was reduced to 3. It would consist of basically 1 duplex unit and 2 single units. The applicant is now proposing to change it to only 2 dwelling units, and both will be duplex units to address the market demand for larger units for families. And this in no way changes the FAR cap and or lot coverage. The building height would remain same as the prior letter of substantial compliance. And the roof and the stair bulkhead is going to be eliminated because these are 2 residential buildings, 2 units, I'm sorry. The extension of time with regards to that, the applicant is saying that the reason for the delay was revising the plan to address the demographic shift and the market condition. And then there was the onslaught of pandemic, which resulted in economic changes and further changed the market and the demand. So the applicant is stating that the project is ready to proceed, and it would take 3 years to complete the construction and obtain a certificate of occupancy. So I was satisfied with the submission and believe that this will not alter the findings of 7221. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also satisfied with the application.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I'm satisfied with the application.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta.
Same here. I have no further comments.
Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I had questions about the elevation changes, that the statement of facts notes that because you're using NAVD 88 in the latest set of drawings, the elevations have changed. So now a roof level is at plus 68, whereas before it was at plus 66.38. So I need some understanding of why the elevations have changed. Were they not using NAVD 88 before? And that's for the original approval and for the LSC approval. And in looking at the elevations and the heights, I was trying to understand what the overall approved heights were. The statement of facts notes that it's a maximum base height of 43'6". Typically, when we say base height, we mean the street wall height, and your street wall height is lower than that because it is 3 stories, not 4. So it would be great if you could clarify in the narrative the base height versus the roof height versus the overall building height. It seems that nothing has changed from the original approval as far as the actual design and the height of the building, but all of these smaller changes have flagged a closer look. And that closer look also made me realize that the base plane here seems to be calculated incorrectly from what I understand. The base plane must be using only street wall. Well, there's a number of ways to calculate the base plane, but you seem to be using, the applicant seems to be using 4 points, 4 survey points for the base plane, the 2 ends of the street wall and the 2 ends of the rear wall survey points. The rear wall survey points have no bearing on the base plane as it's established along the street wall. And what that does, because the rear yard elevation is higher than the street, it gives you a higher base plane than you're actually entitled to. And so therefore, you're measuring your overall building height, I believe, from a base plane that is maybe a foot or so higher than where it's supposed to be. So I would like the applicant to take a look at that and please clarify, again, just for the narrative's sake, and so that I understand why the overall datum's changed and how you've arrived at this base plane calculation, because it will affect the overall building as it stands above the curb level or as it stands above the street wall line.
Thank you. Yes, please take note of the comments that Commissioner Yoon has stated and make corrections to the plans and to the narrative.
Oh, and I had one more question. On the plans, on all of the 6 foot, there's notes that show up everywhere that say 6 foot wide, fixed, all welded steel ladder, typical of 1. And it's in a hatched zone all over the roofs. And I need some clarification on what that is. I don't know why you need 6 foot wide ladders welded on your roofs. Okay, and that's it, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Item appeals calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 13, 2024-17A, 35 Marjorie Street, Staten Island.
okay. Following our December 9th meeting, applicant submitted its document to Fire Department's Planning Department regarding the on-street parking. We are still waiting for Fire Department's assessment of the proposed 18-foot width of the street. And it is my understanding the Fire Department typically requires more than that. But we do need the Fire Department sign off before we can consider granting the GCL 36. We did receive WRP sign off and SECRA sign off. Ms. Benke, am I correct on that?
Yes, yes, there's no other open reviews.
Great. Commissioner, Vice Chair Shibata, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
No questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta,
No comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Yoon.
No comments, thank you.
Zoning calendar, new cases, item number 14, 2024-42, 2031 Eastern Parkway Extension, Brooklyn.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community Board has approved with following conditions. And the conditions are conduct community outreach among block residents and Brooklyn Community Board 5, as well as hire a community liaison. Engage the community around the programming of the open and community facility space. Explore implementation of setbacks to offset the building height. Create a safety plan. Study the potential inclusion of parking. Maintain the AMI level originally submitted. Limit building heights to 20 stories. We also received a letter of support from Councilmember Nurse. We received a letter of support and 2 letters of objection, though they're from the same person. And the reason for the objections are that it would cause a strain on local infrastructure and service, including public transportation, school, emergency vehicle, parking inefficiency, traffic congestion, neighborhood character and density, long-term maintenance and management, safety specifically, lack of community benefit, and precedence with zoning override, and excessive height, and construction risk to neighborhood, lack of transparency. I would just say that this is not the first of variance that the board has considered granting as for 100% affordable housing. 100% affordable housing is is a tremendous benefit, not just to a community, but to the city as a whole. And as I go through my statement, I will be discussing this more in detail. I just want to say that the applicant did submit, I think last week, latter part of last week, a response to the letter that, the objection letter that we received stating its reasonings. I just want to say one thing with regards to the parking. First of all, zoning for housing opportunity does not require parking for sites within transit zone, which this site is. Also, based on data that has been collected over many years of reviews and assessment by both HPD and Department of City Planning, and that has been verified by affordable housing providers, it shows that low-income households often own fewer vehicles, and especially in areas that are well served by transit, such as the subject site. For one, I know from my experience at HPD, wherever possible, the amount of parking, low-income parking, parking requirement for developments consisting of low-income housing often lay unoccupied. And those spaces could not be used for anything. So it was like a space that was just there to meet the requirement, but was not meeting the need, programmatic need, or for other purposes that so much the building would and its resident would have benefited from. So this is an application for a use variance pursuant to zoning resolution sections 7221 to develop a 20-story affordable housing containing approximately 378 units of permanently affordable housing and supportive housing, contrary to the underlying use regulation at the subject site, which is zoned for manufacturing, M11. So I just want to start off with a couple of zoning resolution housekeeping. Because we have had such a change in our zoning resolution, I want the applicant to check the zoning chart very carefully and make sure that the FARs and all the requirements are consistent, especially with regards to the FAR that is permitted, maximum permitted FAR as of right that is permitted for community facility use and for M use in M11. I think it's not correctly stated. As I mentioned, the site is located in a transit zone. This is an irregular through lot, which has frontages on 2 streets, but most importantly, it has an underground LIRR train tunnel, which is traversing through this site east to west, and it occupies about 80-foot width, more than 35% of the lot. The site is not in an industrial and business zone, and it is not in a flood zone. Now, there is a history on this site with regards to BSA. Interestingly enough, prior to 1961, the site was zoned for residential use, and at that time, BSA variance was granted for auto-related uses. And the last variance that was granted by this board, not this board, predecessor, prior boards, was in 1967, which was to allow a rooftop parking over a 1-story auto sales building establishment. I don't think any of that ever happened, and so the use lapsed. So as I mentioned, this is an application for this is a development that would provide 377 permanent affordable housing units for extremely low, very low, and low-income households and individual, and 1 supers unit totaling 378 dwelling units. Of these, about 104 units will be set aside for supportive housing for individuals living with serious mental illness and/or substance use disorder. This would be a 20-story building, and the site would also include many of the services programs that would be very much would work in tandem with the supportive housing program. I want the applicant to also update the statement of facts with regards to the parking requirement based on the zoning for housing opportunity. as I was looking at the plan, I had a couple of questions, and one was on applicant states that the unit counts have the units have been designed based on HPD design guideline, and the HPD design guideline has a specific range of unit sizes for 0 bedrooms, which is studios, to 1, 2s, and 3 bedrooms, which is what the proposed project is providing. So I would like the applicant to just narratively state on average, what is the unit size per bedroom that is being proposed? Because based on my very rough look at the application, it seems 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms on average would be larger than the HPD design guidelines. I also have a question with regards to some of the vertical risers, especially it seems there are 3 sets of stairs that are being proposed. I want the applicant to clarify why a 3rd set of stairs, especially stair C, is required, or even one of the stair A's or B's. Also, I want the applicant to clarify the need for mechanical room on each floor. And if all of these, the mechanical space, if that is being counted towards the zoning floor area. Applicant has provided an as of right option, and in that it has basically, as I stated, the last variance that was granted was never exercised. It has remained as an open use a site for bus storage, parking of vehicles. There is a metal shed there for, I think, storing of some garage material and such. So in its as of right, the applicant showed a 1-story building, actually 2-story building that would be straddling over the LIR tunnel. So I'll get into the as of right as I go into the findings. I think so. I want to jump into the findings of 7221. First of all, I'll start with the hardship part, and then I'll go into the deference. So with regards to the hardship, as I mentioned, the applicant is stating that there is an existence of an 80-foot wide LIRR tunnel that is traversing the site north to south. And the top of the tunnel is located 30 foot below the surface. A uniqueness study has been provided. And according to the study, there are 25 properties located within the study area that are affected by this underground LIR tunnel. Majority of these properties are used for parking or are vacant. And most of these properties are zoned in C districts and M districts, C8 and M1 districts specifically. I found the report very thorough, and it explained each of these 24 sites, its ownership, their development history. The subject site is one of the 3 largest sites affected by the tunnel. Of the 3, one is a government-owned land and has been developed as a parkland, which is site number 19. Site 20, which is under construction, will contain a 6-story commercial building, and it is in the special enhancement commercial district and is part of the city's CARE program, which is city agencies revitalizing the economy program. So it has gotten grants to build this house, this office building. Aside from lots 19, 20, the subject site is the largest privately held land that is significantly affected by the tunnel. The study also identified 3 other sites, site number 18, 20, and 23, with similar hardship. Lot 18 permits residential use at 4.6 FAR based on for residential use with MIH units. Lot 20, which I just mentioned, is under construction to develop commercial use with a similar FAR of 4.2 I think with the similar FAR as I think 4.5 or something like that. Similarly, site 23 is zoned for MIH development that would allow for a 5.6 FAR. So all in all, I would say the subject site is the largest privately held site that is not zoned for MIH or for residential development, that is significantly also affected by the presence of this tunnel, and is not in a zoning district where high density development, whether that's commercial or residential use, is permitted. The applicant also provided an engineering report. We received actually altogether 3 submissions. One was from an engineer. I think 2 different sets of engineers provided a response, but I want to focus on the last set of engineering report that we received. And in that, the engineering report looked at both the as-of-right and the proposed development. And as is in the case of the proposed, the engineering report states that the as-of-right structure for a commercial or a manufacturing use straddling the tunnel would have a cost implication, will have issues with scheduling, schedule logistics, and would result in an expensive SOE design, and that would require monitoring and inspection. So the limitation on the revenue from an as-of-right commercial or a manufacturing use would not justify the cost to build such a structure. That is the statement the applicant has provided. I would also assume that to avoid spanning over the tunnel, if an as-of-right building were to be built, it would be a taller building, about 6 to 8 stories or so. And this is all a theoretical assumption on my part. So while, as I said, theoretical, it could be built on the northern portion of the site where most of the footprint can be provided. The floor plate may not be conducive for commercial use, and the floors above 30-foot wide would require more setback, which would result in even more irregular, smaller floor plates. And more so, such development would be a very speculative development at this site. The engineering report also laid out some potential cost associated with building over the tunnel. And I would say that the proposed affordable development, housing development, would also add to that such cost and addition of time implication can also affect the timelines to meet the various loan financing requirements for government-assisted housing programs and tax credit programs, which are competitive funds. So I think one needs to be mindful of that. So I now move to the deference, affording the deference on this case. The applicant is relying on an extension of the deference that was afforded to an educational and religious institution known as the Cornell Doctrine, that obviates the need for the board to find the unique physical conditions and of zoning resolution section 7221 to nonprofit affordable housing developers seeking a bulk and use waiver to facilitate the development of projects that provides, in this case, 100% permanent affordable housing for low-income households. In this case, the applicant has submitted a very thorough analysis of the origin of the doctrine, demonstrating a natural link between public policies aimed at protecting houses of worship and schools and those aimed at facilitating development of housing for low-income earners, people with disabilities, and formerly homeless. Applicant asserts that the provision of affordable housing, much like the educational institution and house of worship, is in furtherance to the public safety, health, and welfare, and moral and a fundamental interest of the state. As evidenced by a 1965 amendment to the New York State Constitution that authorized the legislature to provide for low rent housing and nursing homes accommodation for persons of low income as defined by the law of New York State Constitution. So prior to the 1990s, starting with Mayor Ed Koch, and since 1990s, New York City mayors have been battling to address the housing. And they have extended city's commitment to create and preserve affordable housing for New York City residents. In spite, bless you, In spite of the implementations of various policies, housing crisis in New York City has not diminished. Under the current administration of Mayor Adams, to address the housing crisis, a blueprint for housing and homelessness was issued. It outlined a very comprehensive policy to tackle New York City affordable housing crisis to provide New Yorkers safe, high-quality, affordable homes. A record number of affordable homes have been built, created through a myriad of new policy tools, including since 2022, over 79,300 housing units have been financed for construction and preservation. City of Yes for Housing Opportunity was adopted by City Council on December 2024. This overhaul of the zoning text is estimated to create up to 80,000 units of homes for over the next 15 years. The ambitious 24 in 24 plan that was unveiled last year will result in 26 projects to be built on publicly owned sites. Despite these multidimensional approaches, the housing crisis continues. According to 2023 New York City Housing Vacancy Survey, New York City vacancy rate reached a historic low of 1.4% in 2017. It was 3.63% pre-pandemic. The New York City Housing Vacancy Survey also highlights, with a record low vacancy rate, extremely low and moderate income households and individuals are severely rent burdened, where more than 30% of their income is allocated towards rent. 86% of these earnings, of those earning less than $50,000 and $25,000 without rental subsidies are severely facing financial strain. Coalition for Homeless report states that in 2023, over 85,000 homeless people, including 28,500 children, slept each night in a New York City shelter system. So the report states that that compared to homeless families, homeless singles, adults have high rates of serious illness, addiction, disorder, and other severe health problems. I say all of this and to kind of underline the severity of this crisis that we are all facing and what this project does to address that. And we have to chip away at it in any which way, and little by little, hopefully we can address this issue. So with regards to the deference, Doe Fund is the applicant. It is a long-established nonprofit organization that has been serving the communities in New York City by providing housing, social services for over 40 years. As I mentioned, it has a long history of developing and managing 100% low-income and permanent affordable and supportive housing, including for individuals living with serious mental illness and of substance abuse disorder. It has experience in operating housing portfolios of over 1,200 units across 12 buildings located in the city. And especially it has the experience in providing supportive service pursuant to NY 1515 program, which is a rental assistance program that assists eligible families and individuals who are homeless or are at risk of homelessness by providing affordable units and supportive services to achieve long-term stability. Doe Fund is proposing a project at this site that will be permanently affordable, consisting of rent restricted units targeted to extremely low, very low, and low income individuals and families subject to HPD affordability program. The supportive housing units will be provided to extremely low, very low individuals between 0 to 60% of AMI. I think it would be even more for affordable housing units. It would be 30% to 80% of AMI for affordable housing units. As required by applicable laws, rules, and regulations, the development will be, of course, subject to HPD regulatory agreements and any other funding agreements that the applicant is proposing to use. I think it is proposing to use HPD's ELA program and a 4% low-income tax credit program, and also New York NYC 1515 project-based rental assistance program. So based on all this information that I just read out, I believe the applicant is entitled to deference similarly afforded to education and religious institution under the state law. And I'm satisfied with the programmatic needs statement that has been provided, and especially recognizing the hardship in developing this site as of right. So with regards to finding B, it's a nonprofit organization. It is not required. We did receive a soft commitment letter from HPD, Division of New Construction and Finance, for the proposed project. As I mentioned, it would use the ELA program, which is the extremely low and low income affordable housing program. In addition, apply for the low income, the LIHTC and the NY 1515 project-based program. I want to say that, as we know from prior affordable housing variance cases, subsidies provided per unit. Feasibility of the projects are largely dependent on number of units provided to meet the development cost and the operating expense. And a financial feasibility analysis was provided by NIAC. I will discuss this more under finding E. With regards to the neighborhood character, as I have mentioned, it just give me a second. In the surrounding area, it was recently rezoned, and it was primarily, the rezoning was to permit more density for affordable housing through the MIH program. Above, it would be, the FARs are 4.5 FAR, and in some cases higher. The proposed development would be of a 4.5 FAR, which I believe would be consistent with the housing goals and the MIH density that has been adopted through this rezoning in the immediate area. The applicant has also provided a building height study. Regarding the building height, I would agree that it is taller than the other buildings in the neighborhood. That is because of the hardship that is associated with the site. It is a combination of an irregular site presented with an underground tunnel that is occupying more than 35% of the site, dividing the site in a manner that leaves only a portion of the site to have a viable footprint that is financially feasible and buildable. At the same time, the placement of the proposed bulk locates less of the bulk along either of the street frontages, Eastern Parkway and DeSella Street. The building carefully sets back from the abutting rear lot lines to allow for adequate light and air. Similarly, to the extent possible, the building scales back as it rises above the base height of 98 foot, which is 8 to 9 stories. As I mentioned, that there are homes along the frontage of DeSales, sorry, if I'm not pronouncing it properly, and Eastern Parkway. Though they tend to be along DeSales, there were recently constructed affordable housing buildings that were built. These are 6 to 8 stories. And along Eastern Parkway, which is still zoned for manufacturing, has some, I guess, grandfathered residential homes that are about 3 stories or so. And the proposed building has the building bulk setting back above the base as it reaches the height of 20 feet. I though feel that the height of the building can be scaled down without eliminating a unit. The parapet wall height of 17.75 feet has to be reduced to the maximum permitted parapet height, and find a different solution to provide a shield for the mechanical units without having a 17.75 foot high parapet. Also, the height of the floor to ceiling, I believe, can be reduced to lower the total height. For example, the ground floor lobby has a 20-foot high, and typical residential floors have floor-to-floor height of 11 feet. If the residential unit heights can be reduced to even 10 and maybe even less, the overall building height can be reduced. And similarly, if the lobby height can be reduced by 5 foot, it would also reduce the overall building height. So I think applicants definitely should look at that solution. I also want the applicant to look at if it is at all possible to set the building back above the base, fronting decel by about 15 feet, because it has a narrow frontage. The building has a very narrow frontage on decel. So, and it's the narrowest part of the building. But if it is set back by about 15 feet from the street line, I think the massing would be less felt on that street frontage. I also want the applicant through a narrative, or even during the public hearing, let me know if, let's say if you were to do an L-shaped building, an acute L shape with the leg of the L would be along Eastern Parkway. If you were to have a residential floor layout in that form, at least for the base, if not for most of the floors, could that reduce the overall building height without reducing any units? And would it be buildable in a way the applicant went through the exercise for the two building fit, that there's a southern building and a northern building. So it would be very helpful. Applicant has also provided an open space conceptual study for the remainder of the site. I would say on this matter, I don't think the board should opine on that because it's a conceptual study, which I think which I believe has the support of the community and also elected official. But only thing I would say at a minimum, should an open space be provided, it should be maintained and made usable for public, for active and passive use, and not allow for any vehicle access or for parking purposes. So with regards to finding D, it seems between December 1968 and February of 1975, there was a brief overlap of ownership with an abutting lot 37. Apart from that, the rest of the zoning lot has been separately owned from the adjoining properties. The applicant states that the certificate of application was filed for the subject site prior to the separation of lot 37. However, the certificate of occupancy never was corrected to that. So, and the applicant also clarifies that there is no private agreement or ZELDA between any of these lots. So I looked at the sites and the possibility of what could happen if the lot 37 was combined. Lot 37 is also zoned M11 and it permits 1 FAR. And I believe, based on my quick looking at it, is if the inclusion of lot 37, would this site have been made more viable for an as of right use? I think it would have run into the similar issues of construction. While it may have allowed for a little bit more of a floor plate, I think given the surrounding use being automotive related, the addition of this lot wouldn't have reduced the hardship for an as of right use. At most, it would have allowed for more space for vehicles to park on the surface. Unlike the Auto Mall along Northstone Avenue or recently approved Highland Avenue project, these auto sales establishments in the area are small enterprises selling primarily used cars and providing repair shop in conjunction or independently or with a gasoline service station. And most of these establishments are 100 by 100 foot parcel with corner frontage. So the addition of lot 37, I'm not sure would have made the rest of the lot more desirable space for a similar use. So I'm satisfied with the self-created hardship finding. So moving on to the final finding, which is which bases on many factors. So I looked at the engineering hardship again, and I'm going to rely on that. And in that, the applicant also provided a test fit with 2 buildings that could provide a total of more units, 384 units in 2 buildings that would be 13-story. And this speaks to the neighborhood character also, so the minimal part of the building height. situated on, and in this case, both the buildings would be situated on either side of the tunnel. The one would be overhanging, a portion of the building would be overhanging the tunnel. While the test fit would have lowered the building heights, the development would require LIRR approval, which per engineer's report is not assured and would add to construction time. And I would say this would also affect the applicant's ability to secure the government assistance programs, which are competitive programs. From a programming aspect, providing a support service in both buildings is not possible, because what this proposed one building would have, it would have both the affordable housing families and individuals, and also supportive housing individuals living together, and all the services would be located in one building, and it can serve both the both building resident types, or it could serve anybody who wants to have that service. Also, having two buildings would require more vertical cores to run the stairs, elevators, trash, compact, mechanical, etc. This would add to the overall cost, and a floor plate that will have less floor place dedicated for residential units and more for these vertical runs and corridors. So based on these two layouts, proposing to develop on the northeastern portion of the tunnel, where the development footprint can be provided without straddling the tunnel, is a more efficient and a feasible solution. So I accept that. Furthermore, financial analysis that has been provided by NIAC, it states that providing the permanent affordable, you need to have minimum of 377 units at these income tiers to make the project financial viable. And the statement of facts and the financial analysis, the only comment I have is that the statement of fact and the financial analysis needs to be consistent regarding the analysis, unit count, and the AMI breakdown. So I felt that there was a little bit of a confusion, especially with regards to how many units are going to be set aside for formerly homeless, relying on NY 1515 program and such. But overall, the report states that the building with at least 378 units is critical to ensure adequate access to necessary fund. Without meeting this threshold, there won't be adequate income nor subsidy to develop the project. And as I'm fully in agreement with that. The analysis also compared a lesser variance scenario of 314 units in a 16-story building, and it shows that there would be a significant funding gap. So, in conclusion, the statement of commitment, the soft commitment letter from HPD further lends support to the need for minimum unit count of 378 units. Apart from some of these questions that I've raised regarding the floor plan and the possibility of reducing the height without losing unit, I'm satisfied with this application. It is a much needed project in this area and for the city as a whole. Applicants' experience in managing nonprofit affordable housing and supportive housing for low-income households and individuals demonstrates its support and commitment to the community, and the proposed development will not be a detrimental to the public welfare. So I'm sorry I took so long, but I thought it's a very critical project. And I wanted to do justice in its review in the manner the applicant has provided its document. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I have anything left to say, but
No.
I will make
okay.
some comments.
Yes, I want everybody, do not rely on what I'm saying. I want to hear from each one of you as to what you think of this project and where do you land on this project.
I do agree with your comments, and I believe that this matter merits cordial deference. Further, I believe that this is a very important project, as the lack of affordable housing is a crisis that this city continues to face. The project creating 378 affordable homes is a noble effort to address the ongoing crisis. That being said, I do agree with some of your comments regarding the height parapet wall, the lobby wall, as well as the height of the residential rooms, as they all can be curtailed to meet the C finding. I also agree with you with regard to the brief ownership of the adjoining lot 37. I don't believe that it affects the uniqueness or hardship, and thereby the hardship here, it was not self-created. I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with the two of you that this is a very important project that's going to fill a critical need in this area of Brooklyn and the city as a larger entity. And I do feel that while it is quite large compared to everything surrounding the neighborhood, I think on balance, the benefit to the community is kind of worth the hit on the height. And so I personally have no comments about the height or bringing the height down any further. I'm agreeable to however the board wants to decide the ultimate question of how high this building is going to be. I agree that that brief period of co-ownership with the common adjacent was not in any way going to boost the developmental abilities of this lot, given the fact that it was suffering from the hardship of the LIRR tunnels covering such a large portion of this lot. As for whether or not this is minimal, I looked at the financial analysis, and the financials of affordable housing and the whole nonprofit sector and development is kind of very, I think for the word, it's not a very secure situation because you're relying on a lot of different funding streams and you're trying to balance them and make it work, make the project attractive to the ones who are funding this. And one way of doing it is to keep the costs as low as possible, both the capital costs as well as the operational costs, so that you're attractive to the funders, and not only attractive to the funders, but that you can carry through on your stated mission of providing the housing. So what they show of the 378 units providing kind of an equal footing between development cost, operation costs, and value, I feel that this is the minimal variance in this case. Yeah, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I start with the height. I do agree with you that the building is one of the tallest, if not the tallest building, if it's built the way it's shown in the drawings right now. I believe the closest tall buildings are about 14 stories. So if the height is possible to be cut by a foot or so from each floor, that would be helpful. I don't think it's a requirement, but if they can try that and achieve it, that would be great. This is one thing. The other thing, I want to correct something that you indicated regarding the SOE. You said that they mentioned that the SOE is complex and it's going to be expensive. They didn't say that. In the report, they indicated that the SOE would add to the schedule because it's going to need approvals from LIR and MTA. So that's the contribution of the SOE. Regarding the reports, we got two sets of engineering reports. I wouldn't say two sets of engineering. One engineering report from Decimon, which laid out the hardship, the engineering hardship associated with the site. I would say this is one of the most ill-conditioned sites I ever seen. That not just the irregularity of the site, but the way the tunnel is configured, passing through that site as a diagonal, it's kind of like eating up like most of the developable area on this lot. Decimo report, I'm okay with it. The other report is coming from the Tungeston Development Company. I believe they are a contractor. And they laid out the cost associated with the engineering hardship indicated in the Decimo report. I would say, although some items seem to be like a little bit exaggerated, I would say that they already ignored some other factors that they didn't factor in. And if they factor in these elements, I would say probably the cost indicated in their report would be the same or even probably a little bit higher. I would like to alert them about something. I'm gonna need to share my screen. I feel like this is my duty here on this application. Do you see my screen?
No, yes, now I do.
Okay, so this is the proposed building, and the way that proposed building is configured, it's immediately adjacent to the tunnel. And looking at the drawings, I couldn't judge whether they want to put this on a mat foundation or a pile foundation. However, since they mentioned the piles and the pile drilling as a part of the hardship, it gave me an impression that the approach that they currently adapting with like building on one side is not including pile foundation. I want to tell them clearly that if you put this building on a mat foundation, it's going to be an impact on the tunnel. It's going to add vertical loads here on top of the tunnel, and it's going to add lateral loads on the tunnel. So this is one thing. Even if you want to put this building on conventional pile foundation system, and the word conventional here means that the pile starts transmitting its load from the bottom of the mat all the way to the tip of the pile, to the bottom of the pile. If you do this, you're going to impact the tunnel as well. The right way to design the foundation of this building with the way it's configured right now, immediately adjacent to this tunnel, is to put it on piles, at least for quite distance from the tunnel and moving inside the site, and make sure that the pile within at least the tunnel is about 36 feet below grade, at least to the bottom of the tunnel plus 10 feet. Make sure that no load transmitted from that pile to the surrounding soil, because if you do so, that gonna make the load be transmitted below the tunnel, which avoid impact on the tunnel. If you do something else, you might impact the tunnel, and you don't want to do that. The reason I mentioned this, I don't have experience reviewing engineering submissions with LIR before. I believe I did one case and it was very simple. And I'm not sure about the degree of like scrutiny and how they look at applications like these. But of course, with MTA, they are masters in looking at something like that. So I just wanted to highlight this for the applicant, and please take this seriously. Thank you.
But overall, you're satisfied with the application?
I am satisfied with all of the 5 findings of the application. Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. Okay, so I agree with your statements on the deference. I have some questions on the hardship, and this is mostly for the sake of filling in what I think are some gaps in the explanation. I think that, well, first, Chair, you mentioned that the engineering report covers the as-of-right condition versus the proposed. But what I understood the tungsten report to be talking about was a platform foundation spanning over the tunnels, which is not as of right. That is for a large residential building. It is the as of right is a manufacturing use. So the platform foundation would be required for such a large building that would impose those loads.
Okay.
From what I understand, because
Can I clarify? Yeah. That tangent report introduced the platform solution to enable building on both sides without imposing, not with imposing, without imposing any loads on the tunnel. That platform would like perform as a bridge over which you're gonna put the columns and build over that. But nothing is gonna be transmitted to the subgrade, the soil subgrade underneath, and nothing is gonna be going to the tunnel. It's like a bridge loaded on the edges using caisson foundations and the pile caps.
I understand that. I think what I'm trying to clarify is that Chair mentioned that this was a description of the as of right scenario. In item 2 of that letter, it says this would facilitate a tabletop platform upon which to found and construct a new residential building over the train tunnels. This is not the as of right condition.
Yeah.
So the as of right that we got is a site plan with a rectangle, roughly a rectangle on it that indicates that a 2-story manufacturing building would be built. So in the narrative, in this discussion, I found it a little bit confusing to understand what we were talking about where. So if we do the as-of-right condition as shown in the engineer's site plan with a manufacturing building over the tunnels, does that necessitate a platform foundation? Because in the letter, that is specifically for a residential building. The difference would be, of course, you're building a partial 2-story building versus a 20-story building, which has quite a big difference in loading. So to what extent can you build anything over the tunnels and impose any loads? There's no real clarification on what that is, and if you could build a single-story slab on grade manufacturing building without impacting the Long Island Railroad review process and being able to impose, maybe I should say it this way. Is there a threshold of loads that can be imposed on the tunnels, and what would that as of right scenario be? So just step by step, if there isn't one, I think they just need to say that to us, because it's not, I think everyone jumps to immediately that we can't build anything over it without building this crazy platform, but it's not clearly stated. So I need it to be really well fleshed out why we can't do the first obvious thing, which would be a slab on grade with no cellar that spans across the site. Spell that out for me and then move on to the next step. And then I understand that the platform is significantly more onerous for many, many reasons than what's being proposed. Also, there is no discussion of ultimately what is proposed, which is a building with a cellar. And so the letter talks about a conventional shallow foundation model for a building off to the side. And this is a no cellar situation with a 5-inch deep mat or an 8-inch slab on grade with haunches and grade beams. This actually doesn't address the proposed either. So just clearly just go through those steps for me so that I can place how the engineer has analyzed what we have and what we're proposing and all of the steps in between. I do believe this is a very, very tough hardship from a structural and architectural standpoint, but I just need the argument to be more clearly laid out. And I wanted to clarify what you were saying, Chair, about this being as of right, because I think that that's not what was discussed in the engineering letter.
Thank you. I think I was looking at the plan and I was reading it like it would be I shouldn't have used the term platform because that has a more of an engineering term, but I was visualizing.
Yeah, just like a big mat or something.
Big mat, right, yeah.
That goes across
Yeah.
the site.
Yeah. Thank you.
So then also for the as of right, I had a question about why a manufacturing building could not go to the extents of the site, because zoning permits up to 23 feet, a single-story building within as a permitted obstruction in your rear yard equivalent. So I think the statement of facts talks about the rear yard equivalent being on either side, as opposed to in the center of the site. And so the as of right shows something in the middle, but why couldn't it just be one single story that goes across the site? And maybe there's a similar answer to that, but I think from a zoning perspective, you can actually build
Basically a full lot coverage, you're saying.
or, more or less with, I don't know what the front yard requirements would be or the side yard requirements would be, but it is a permitted obstruction to have a permitted use up to 1 story, up to 23 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. The floor to floor heights do seem very high to me. If this is a typical concrete construction, I mean, the last tower I worked on, we did 9'8" floor to floor with 11'8" at the transfers, and that would allow for an 8-inch slab. And you'd have 9 foot clear in the living spaces at the windows, provided you didn't have dropped ceilings, which I assume you won't. 9 feet is a pretty decent, and these were in some cases market rate towers that I worked on. So 11 feet for a typical floor to floor does seem quite high. Unless there's some sort of architectural or logistical explanation for it, I think we have to require that the floor to floors are reduced.
What kind of architectural argument do you think would be valid for an 11-foot high?
The only thing that comes to mind is anything modular. I've done prefab facade systems that are also 9'8", but if you had any kind of prefabricated elements that would require, like, if you do modular construction, often you need taller floor to floor heights, but I doubt that that's what this is going to be. That has not been made clear. I am just saying there could be some reason But if it's traditional concrete construction, I don't understand why it couldn't be lower. Because that would have a huge impact on the overall height of the building while still providing the density.
And I would also say that it has to be shown as a cost-effective measure and a hardship for providing standard construction as opposed to a modular.
If they were going with that
Right.
argument, yeah, I agree. I do want to say the transfer floors often need to be
Hmm.
taller, and in my experience, have been 1.5 to 2 feet taller than a typical floor. But overall, we would be able to reduce the height of the building quite a bit. I agree also that the building appears much taller given the 17.5 foot high parapet. So the bulkhead, I know that you're going to need a lot of room up there for mechanical equipment, but I think extending the walls of the building up 17.5 feet only serve to make the building appear taller, and we are trying to fit into the neighborhood character as much as we can, because as I agree, this is the tallest building in the area. And 1 mile for the tall building study is a very large study area. So for neighborhood character, it's a bit tough to really sink into that as providing the immediate character of this neighborhood. The height, I think, is more of a factor of what's required in order to finance and make this an operational project. And therefore, we, as Commissioner Otley Brown said, we exchange the height for the community benefit at large. In doing that, we should try and reduce the height as much as we can, both for cost effectiveness and for neighborhood character finding. I also think the ground floor seems quite high, and I would need some justification on why 20 feet is needed for that floor to floor. For the open space, the only thing I wanted to say about that, Chair, is you said no vehicular access. It is possible FDNY might need some access there. So if we do impose a condition, just to be obviously open to what might be required from other agencies. And then I will let the applicant team discuss the 3 stairs and the potential for beefing up the podium. I think that is difficult given the acuteness of the site conditions, and you would end up with a very severe acute inner corner, which is quite unusable, but I will let the applicant team flesh that argument out further.
But I think your suggestion, I mean, you being an architect, you have a better sense of this. I was just cutting and pasting floor plans to see if that can happen. But it's a narrative that the applicant has to go through and explain if there were other ways to make the site with the most amount of depth be used to bring the height down without losing any of the units. And the reason I asked for those mechanical spaces on each floor can also be an answer to, can you reduce the building floor plate on those floors if you do not need mechanical units on space on every floor? Is there a different way to go about it? So those were also the reasons. And the stair, do you need that 3rd set of stairs? If you don't need it, then you don't need such a long footprint. It can maybe scale back from a DeSalle Avenue, street. So I think those were also the reasons I asked those questions initially.
I'll hold any comment on those. I'll let the applicant respond.
Yeah, I just, again, I think I just quickly had those questions, and it would be very helpful for the architect and the applicant team respond to these questions. But I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time to review this case and for providing your thoughtful suggestions on this matter. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned something about setback along these hills. I'm not sure if you're talking about along the tunnel itself, like parallel to the tunnel.
Talking
or
along,
just the top portion along these hills,
yeah,
like near the vertex of that triangle or so.
yeah.
You're talking about the which one? Along the tunnel or the top portion?
The DeSalle, and if that, so
We're talking about
You have
Here.
10 feet setback there, but it's after the 8th floor.
So in an M1 district on a narrow street, the required setback is 20 foot for a narrow street and 15 foot for a wide street. Here, I think the setback that is proposed is 10 feet.
And
So-
it's after the 8th floor, yes.
So all I'm asking, is it possible it can be scaled back a little bit more by another 5 feet? So that, the massing of the building is a little bit more set back from DeSalle's place. And
Okay.
that goes to that question of that mechanical and the stair and the location of it, if that can also help in some ways to achieve that setback.
Okay, and regarding the question from Commissioner Ewer, which whether like what is the threshold for what is possible to be placed over the tunnel? I believe in the statement on page 10, we are talking about the last paragraph of page 10. They are talking about some prohibitions that LIRR retained on the whatever could be placed over the tunnel, and they are saying that no foundation system can go like beyond 10 feet below grade. So I believe this eliminates the cellar solution if they want to build over that tunnel. They
Right.
cannot put a cellar there.
It doesn't eliminate a 5-foot deep mat foundation. It doesn't eliminate a slab on grade with grade beams and hunches. So that's where I just wanted them to spell out a no cellar solution. It just feels like there's a couple of steps that are missing in the explanation to me because 10 feet is permitted by Long Island Railroad.
It is, but it's between the lines. The tradition is if you have an existing structure like a tunnel or an M80 structure, you cannot impose additional loads on that structure. If they put anything other than a platform that completely bridges the loads to the edges, it's not going to be acceptable to either LIRR or MTA.
Okay. I guess I would just like for them to make that very clear in the statement, since I don't know that from my own, I don't know that myself. So
Understood.
explain it clearly.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all.
Okay, no further questions. This concludes the review session for February 10th, 2025. We'll resume at,
Hold on, so we are at 11:40 mark. So my question is, do you want to take a lunch break and then resume, or do you want to take a like a 15-minute break and resume?
Yeah.
Okay, we are at 11:40, 15 minutes from now.
Yeah.
Oh, we will resume. Okay,
11:55.
okay, thank you all.
It's 11:56.
Is it charged? Is it, I'm recording?
You can just ask Joe, she can handle it.
Because recording is paused.
Hi, would you like me to start?
Yes, Joe, if you can, oh, Tony's here.
No, I'm here. I just was waiting for you to say it was on, it's operational. Are we open?
We're ready.
We're ready? Okay. Good. Is it after? It's only 11:55. It's not afternoon yet. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for February 10th, 2025. That's not right. The screen is not correct, Joe. We'll start with special order calendar, continued hearing items 15490 BZ, 730 Avenue S. This is Jay Goldstein. Is everybody's mic on?
Yeah, I've let him in.
Okay. Let me swear him in.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Is there anyone with you, Mr. Goldstein?
That's me.
Just you? Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session. And can you raise the volume on your mic, unless it's me? I don't know.
It may just be me. Is that
Okay,
better?
it's better.
I don't have a mic. It's built in, so it's just me.
Yeah, but that, well, yeah.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Jay Goldstein on behalf of the applicant. We listened to the review session and we understand that the board is happy with our responses. I, as well, Madam Chair, I echo your thanks to the fire department as well to staff who worked incredibly hard and incredibly fast on turning this around, as well as my architect and Bonnie from my office. So I thank everyone for their work on this application.
Yeah. Team effort works when done right. Right.
100%.
Any questions or comments? Let's go to the public then.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 15490 BZ, 730 Avenue West, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this application, please dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-562-7183 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of the computer screen. Once you are recognized by the board, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Why is it not letting me go to the, oh, there we go. Thank you. Just waiting for the clock to run out.
Mhm.
Can you hear that?
No, I didn't, but
Okay, so that's why I had the thing for the, okay.
all right, nobody called.
No, no raised hands.
Right. Raise hand. So I'm going to make a motion to close.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
And we will schedule this for decision for March 10th.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
See you soon.
No submissions, correct?
Right, no submission.
No submissions. Just make a note.
There's a seeker submission.
Oh.
That's
Yeah.
We'll work with,
Yeah,
I
just a
thought we
few
could-
minor.
Yeah, no
Okay.
problem.
So the record is open only for a secra related clarification.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, she said fine.
Yes.
Minor edits. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Becky.
New cases, item number 10, 49929 BZ, volume 4, 24870 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens. This is Vasilati Associates. This is Hiram Rothkrug. I don't know who else is with him, but Hiram Rothkrug.
And
Hiram, do you want to raise your hand, Mr. Rothkrug?
let him in.
Yeah.
Is he in?
Yeah, wait, it's gotta come in.
Okay,
Yes.
Okay, is there anyone with you, Mr. Rothkrug?
just me.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do, thank you.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond.
Hiram Rothkrug for Vasilati
Wait till I'm
Associates.
finished, please. Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session. Go ahead.
Hiram Rothkrug for Vasilati Associates. We listened to the board's executive session this morning. I'd like to, first of all, we did send proof of notice to the BSA. And Ms. Matias followed up with me last week because apparently it was within the paperwork, it was missed, but I believe the board has the proof of notice that we sent out to everybody on January 7th. Additionally, we did attend the Land Use Committee of Community Board number 11 on the 29th. They voted unanimously in favor to approve the application, and they've set this application for their public hearing on March 3rd, at which time we also expect to get an approval from their board. I'll check the curb cut on Marathon Parkway that Commissioner Yoon brought up. And as far as Commissioner Sheta, there is an apartment building adjacent to our site, but it's the side of an apartment building, the small apartment building. It looks like it just has some vanity windows or bathroom windows on that side of the building facing our gas station.
The building where the lumen exceeds 2, is this like in part of it is a residential or?
Directly next door to us, there's a commercial building, and then behind the commercial building, there is a residential building. It's the side of the residential building, though. That building fronts on Marathon Parkway.
So the one-story building which says optical,
That's a commercial,
and only one-story building, there's
yes,
nothing,
that's a commercial building.
and there is no other residential units on top of it. That's the
No.
question.
No, that's a separate one-story commercial building. And just our site has been a gas station for some 70 years, and we're not proposing any changes at all.
I'm trying to see if I can verify this on, does anybody have access to the Zola? I think Zola would be the best way to.
Here, I can, let me just share my,
8276.
well, what I was looking at. I'll pull up Zola too. This is the building that we're talking
yeah.
about here, and when you. Well, first I'll go to, sorry, not what I wanted to do. Go to the satellite view. And this is the one-story building that we're looking at.
Got it.
This is the residential building. Sorry, this is the residential building that we're looking at.
Okay,
So when you're in the site, I think the high lumens were along this lot line
and along the landscaping area.
and
Yeah.
yeah, which is, this is the blank wall of this 1-story commercial.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is part of the site. And then the residential windows are along this elevation.
Right,
We're good then.
okay. So we're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Um. Trying to see, did I have?
You talked about the attended parking, 7-7.
Yeah,
That's-
so one question, because the one of the prior board condition was that 2 attendants be available from 7 AM to 7 PM for can you confirm that in a letter form? If you don't have the answer now?
Yes, I'll confirm that.
And a violation report.
Yeah.
And I think there was one more thing. No.
So if it's possible, we'd appreciate if the board would like to close this item and put it on also for March 10th. That would give us time to get the full recommendation from the community board on March 3rd.
And you'll also confirm the width of the curb cuts on,
On Marathon Parkway.
okay.
Madam
Mar-
Chair, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, do you still require the compliance chart?
We have one, actually. I meant to mention
Okay.
that.
Okay.
It's
I
called,
thought there was, but then I wasn't sure. Okay. So we're good with that then. Okay.
well, let me just make sure, Chair, I meant to say this during the review session, but there is let's see, what is it called?
There's a certificate of inspection and compliance, I believe.
Yes, but beyond the certificate, there's
The
a
list, board history.
list of, okay, board history, is that what it is?
But there should be a compliance chart that says, yes, each condition says, yes, complying. I don't have it in front of me.
I'll try and pull it up. Give me just a second.
It just has list of current condition. Is that what you're referring to? 24/11/14?
Yeah. So if you look at that, it will show you the
Yeah,
compliance.
there it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's the,
there it is. Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
so, now it says March 13, 1990, there was that condition and it says not applicable. I don't know why it's not applicable. Was it removed? So that the sign shall comply with C1, not applicable. Why not applicable? That there be no parking of vehicles on the sidewalk, not applicable. Why not applicable? Because it's being addressed. So I think the NA part is confusing. If it is meeting, yes.
I would refer to my statement of facts with the compliance at the end of my statement.
Yeah.
So if there's any confusion, I'll rectify that.
Okay. So what you need to respond to is confirm the conditions, how those are being met, and provide the documentation. Sometimes photographs speak best, sometimes like wherever other documents that you have that can validate these findings, those are the ways. Width of the curb cut on Marathon Parkway. If the width of the curb cut happens to be more than what is shown on the plan, then the plan needs to be revised and you have to justify why you need more width. So we would have to open it up. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay.
And then you also need to provide a violation report. So I want to ask the board if you want to close it and keep the record open, and should the report indicate that the width of the curb cut is more, then the applicant will have to come back, will have to respond with a justification, and we will need to amend the plans and right now this is just an extension of term, not an amendment. So you would need to revise your findings and documents. And I don't know if there's any fee associated with amendment. There's an additional fee associated with amendment.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I just want to make sure you're fully aware of us closing and then having to come back if things are,
Understood.
okay.
We think we could have everything wrapped up by March.
Right, that's the other thing. We do not know what the community board issues may be. And yes, Mr. Costanza?
No, I'm just gonna offer Mr. Rothkrug if in the event that they discover something that requires a change to the application, please reach out to me.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And community board is meeting on March 3rd, you said, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
They usually follow the land use committee's recommendation, which was unanimous in favor of our station.
Yes. But I'd still want the community board vote. For
I informed them that we would that the board would wait until their full hearing before issuing a grant.
Okay, let's go to the public.
Sure, the case that we're currently discussing is 499-29 BZ 248-70 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this case, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the Weber ID number 161-562-7183 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you can press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. And if you're calling in from, if you're already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hands at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Is everything okay?
It's warm.
Oh.
Could be going for a little jacket.
It's done, right? Yeah.
Done.
Thank commissioners, are you okay with closing and keeping the record open? All right, motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta, Commissioner Otley Brown. Commissioner Otley Brown, is your mic on?
Yes, aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Please make sure you have responded to every question or comments that's been raised here and submitted.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Rothkrug.
Thank you.
Next item, item number 11, 11594 BZ, Volume 3, 2470 Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn.
Yeah, that would be Ms. Fuller. I've let her in.
Is there anyone with you, Ms. Fullader? Hi.
Yes, Glenn Catrona, and also Howie.
Howard Kanzowitz,
Yeah.
Zanowitz.
Mhm.
Glenn, yes.
Glenn
Glenn.
Catrona, and Howard Kent Gazanowitz.
Is Mr. Oh, no, he's not in. Oh, he is not.
All in? Let's see.
Okay, I think everybody's there.
Okay, so if you could turn on your cameras and unmute yourselves, please, so I can swear you all in. Unmute, Mr. Catrona.
It's Mr.
Mr. Kazanowitz.
He should be in the room.
I see him in the thing. It's just he's muted and his video is off. But if you can at least unmute, I don't know his capabilities. But Howard, if you can hear me and you have problems, you can also call in if you're struggling.
Is he needed?
I mean, it depends if you would like to hear from ownership. He represents the family that owns it. He visits the site regularly, takes pictures regularly. So I'm not trying to touch. So I guess just understanding all that has been happening to manage the site would be from him, you know?
Mr. Kazanowicz is managing the site, but
Well,
he's not.
his mother-in-law owns it and she's older, she's elderly. And so he is the family representative that manages, the
I
ownership.
believe I'm unmuted now.
Oh, there we go.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, raise your right hand.
Yeah.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. Thank you so much for your comments. You know Mr. Catrona, he's here all the time, but he represents the architecture on this team. And then Howie, like I just said, his mother-in-law owns it, but he manages it for the family and regularly visits the site. A little background is we met twice with the community board. We spoke for them for 2 hours each. This block has a lot going on. A lot of it isn't us, but we are part of a deeper fabric. And in the second time that we met with them, Howie attended the hearing on behalf of ownership because they requested it. And he brought 4 of his tenants. And we spoke for another 2 hours with the community board about all the issues that go on that block. So I just wanted to give you a little history about that because I think that will be a deep part of this conversation when we go through the different issues, what came up at that hearing.
Just so I understand, so there are 4 different business operators on the subject lot?
No, I was just saying 4 of the tenants came, but there's a tire shop, as you pointed out, and then there's that automotive repair, Bedford Diagnostics.
Need to recall.
But everyone's very invested. So everyone that's there regularly showed up to speak with the community board and address all the comments. I'm just trying to explain how invested these tenants are.
Proceed.
Okay, so I think that we should first talk about compliance and then go back into the sidewalk and other stuff because I think that will open up some of the issues. But as you may know, at the last year and a half ago, they were at the board, a different attorney, and a bunch of things came up. And one, for instance, was signage. So the signage was not compliant. So the board said, get rid of the signage. And taking that literally, the client literally just took down the signage. But you can't take down signage without permits. So there is no signage at the property at all right now. Howie wanted to make sure he really followed what the board said and he just took it down immediately. So because of that, had to pay a fine, obviously, was in violation. And now you need to get a new C of O, right? But the problem is if you're in violation, you have to resolve your issues. And one of the issues is signage. So we're here before the board asking to put the appropriate amount of signage so he can go get a final C of O.
The appropriate amount is shown on the plan.
Yeah, but what happened was that there was too much. He took it all down. So now there's no signage. And now he wants to put back 150 square feet of non-illuminated signage like he's permitted to do per the board's resolution, generally. But there is zero signage because the board said remove your signage last time.
And this would be for both the operation, 150 for both, or 150 total for the entire?
So as I understand it, it's 150 total that is allowed, right?
150 total.
Yep.
Costanza, you have your hand up?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just, if it's okay to clarify for the record, what is the frontage? It's based on 3 times the frontage, but not to exceed
It's
100.
only one frontage, so only 100.
What's the width of the frontage?
This is the interior lot. It's not a corner lot.
100 feet.
Got it, thank you.
So it's 150 square foot of non-illuminated for the entire subject lot.
And right now it has zero signage.
That's what I'm trying to, I know we did ask for elimination of signage. I don't remember, I remember 2008 condition said that it should comply with C1 signage requirement. I'm trying to recall.
I guess what I'm saying is based on the hearings last time, took it very literally. He understood it. He took down the signage. He got violations for removing the signage without permits. So now we're understanding the legal process of it all. He's not going to touch this. He paid all the fines and he'll put back legal signage that's shown on the plans and get a C of O.
I'm looking at the approved plans from 2020 and they have 3 tenants with non-illuminated signage in our approved plans. 56 square feet, 96 square feet, and 148 square feet.
There are only 2 tenants, Elise.
Yep.
Just for the record, the current plans do not show any signage because there is no signage there at this particular point.
But we can put proposed, right? Just the boxes that show how big it'll be.
Sure.
Yeah, because that'll probably clarify.
Did allow for some signage. And or let's see, do we have approved? Yeah, I'm trying, do we have the stamp plan?
Yeah, they're the previously approved ones,
Yeah,
2024, 11, 14.
I understand that. I just think there was confusion when he was asked to remove the signs before that. He took them down. He got violations for them. Paid the violations.
all right, so
It's just a cycle of like.
Are you asking that we allow the old signage that was approved previously to show up on the current proposed plans?
No, I'm just addressing why he doesn't have a C of O and that his signage, he doesn't have any signage, because that was a comment that it's not compliant. Explain why it's not compliant.
So then the question is, you're requesting a total of, based on the based on the plans that you have submitted, this is the existing proposed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there is no signage on this existing and proposed. They removed it. No, this is the existing and proposed.
Yeah.
That's-
So I guess now we're having a conversation and he wants, they need signage to get, they've lost a lot of clients because of having no signage. So I think now what we're going to do is, okay.
Okay, so this is the confusion. So previously, I'm looking at the previously approved plan.
Mm-hmm.
Previously approved plan on page 3 shows that prior board approved signage. It approved 3 signage for tenant 1, 56 square foot, non-illuminated, tenant 2, 96 square foot, non-illuminated, tenant 3, 148 square foot, non-illuminated. That's what the board had approved. And you have a plan which shows no signage.
Yeah, it's just because there isn't signage now because of the conversation that happened a year and a half ago. So I'm saying that now there's 2 tenants and we're going to put back signage for 2 tenants.
Not waiving anything. unless you want to even modify
No,
this.
I'm not waiving anything. I'm just addressing the question you had.
Okay, got it. But they also stated
Yeah.
that you're proposing is a total of 150 square foot signage on the subject zoning lot, which would be much more restrictive than what the plan that was approved by the board allows. I just want to understand what it is that you are asking for. Are you planning to amend the prior board approved plan whereby all three tenants total square footage of signage would be limited to 150 square foot?
So we're still gonna have 150 square feet, but there's only 2 tenants.
Is the proposed signage shown in your proposed plan submission?
No.
No, that's what I'm saying. We're going to update it because there's no signage, so they're not showing signage.
What you need to do is revise your proposed plan, show per tenant the signage, and the total signage amount will be no more than 150 square foot for the entire zoning lot. That's what you're proposing. Indicate that on the plan.
Correct. Yeah, I'm just trying to tell you the history of how we got here.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Confusion as to it's not part of your proposal. So you need to revise that, and it's an amendment also.
Yeah, correct. Totally.
Okay.
Howard, do you want to say something?
I didn't know if I was able to speak at this point. I don't see
Yeah.
my picture on the screen. So I'm just making sure I'm connected. Elise, possibly, with his only 2 tenants, but can we go to a larger sign, or it has to be limited to 150 for the 2?
I'm going to strongly suggest, Mr. Kazanowicz, that you speak with Mr. Catrona and Ms. Fullader. You're limited to 150 square foot per establishment, but what your applicant is proposing is, what your representative is proposing is 150 square foot of total on the entire zoning lot. So if you have 3, 4, 5, however you want to divide it up, your total would be limited to 150. So I would say discuss this with your team and then revise the plan accordingly. At no point, I just want to be very clear, at no prior board did forbid you from providing any signage.
No, and I wasn't saying that. I was saying that it was non-compliant signage, so it was asked to take it down because it wasn't compliant. So there was a miscommunication, so he just took it all down.
That was my mistake. I apologize.
So I'm trying to say that the board before said you have to remove all non-illegal, so the understanding and the history was, okay, I'll just take it all down. So
Madam
now we're all clear.
Chair, your point is well taken. We will discuss this here and resubmit plans with the complying signage, the intent of the complying signage. Thank you.
Mr. Costanza?
Mr. Costanza, you have your hands up.
Yes, just Madam Chair. I think procedurally, the signage question, because it'll just comply with the C1 regulations, which is consistent, wouldn't require a formal amendment. It's just a submission of a proposed set of plans. We have the existing set of plans which show no signage. The proposed set of plans would show the proposed signage, and I think that would procedurally be proper.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so the next item of compliance, which again, I think it's just, I'm trying to talk about previous miscommunications that we're now going to get right, is that it stated in the conditions about looking to put in a tree, but the approved plans did not show a tree on them or where it would be located. And part of the issue here is, well, it's multifaceted. But part of the issue is on an auto body site, there's very little room for maneuvering. You still have to take cars in and out of garages, no matter what, even if they're not parked on a sidewalk. So a tree can get kind of difficult. And beyond that, even more is in order to figure out if we even could put a tree there, we would need to get a survey to determine if there's utilities that run either, in front of it or on it. So we don't have the tree because it wasn't shown, and
I was on the previous board. If I seem to, we did not ask specifically where the trees have to be provided, but we did ask that you talk to Parks Department and identify location for street tree. because you would know best where your client's maneuverability on the needs are. But I am not convinced that the tree cannot be located on these sites because we want these trees and urban design furniture. I even remember I had suggested urban design furniture of sorts.
Yeah,
This
totally.
is purely to prevent any vehicles to maneuver, even use the sidewalk for any maneuverability. All you're doing is going straight in to the garage and coming straight out from the garage. You shouldn't be making Y turns or X turns and Z turns or any of those turns.
Yeah.
I don't know any of those turns, but any of those turns should be on the sidewalk. You all are, so all of these urban design components that was recommended was to prevent any such movement. And this would be good not only for you, but also would help or deter whoever the other business is that is located next to you on whose sites board has no jurisdiction over, because we do not know whether this is a grandfather. I know I said grandfather, but I have no documents to state it. But whatever the use is, the BSA has no control on that, right?
Yeah, totally. And that was a big part of the conversation with the community board.
Trees or any urban furniture, even providing benches and such like that, you are going to ensure that nobody is misusing the sidewalk, not just your users, your tenants, but also the other fellows tenants. So I'm going to urge you and strongly recommend, do not fight on this.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to say what the history again and clarify you know.
And the community is listening on this.
Yeah,
But the reason the board was so particular about wanting that was to ensure finding ways, tools, not only to make the sidewalk attractive, but also to make it not possible for misuse of the sidewalk.
Totally.
So in the April 2020, the April 6, 2020 review session, the board directed that the applicant submit proof of the request for street trees. It was submitted. So if the board would like to follow up on the street tree request that was submitted in June 2020, we have that in our folder.
Oh, okay.
And Howie, would you like to say something?
Yes, I would. The problem we run into in this situation, it's not on our property. I'm there 3-4 times a week taking photographs. The blockage on the street is not in front of our property, but 2460, and I'm not here to disparage him, or that's not my motive whatsoever. He's grandfathered in. They do whatever they want. They have no one to answer to, as well as the property to the left of us. If you're in front of the building, it's a residential 6th-floor building that went up. There's cars parked all over the streets on Clarendon and on Bedford, and I've taken pictures of that as well. What we did, which I found out we can't do, we put up these soft cones to prevent anyone from parking there during the day, but in the evening, we're not there.
So can I add something, Howie? Because I was going to bring this up next, but you're getting ahead of me. But the community board, this was part of our operational plan to make sure that no one parks on the sidewalk. And Howie's been doing that. But the community board informed us that it doesn't meet DOT standards and they don't want those cones there anymore. So, I mean, the next part of what I was going to do is you said you had suggestions that, you know, you wanted to share with us. So that's kind of an awkward. Oh, I can't hear you.
I'm not an expert in operating this, but I was just thinking, if, let's say, if you were to have a CCTV kind of thing on your property that is monitoring the use of the sidewalk, you can use those documents, those evidence as a way to convince the community board, local precinct, fire department, whoever has come to your site complaining that your users are the problem, to kind of say, listen, it's not my guys who are doing this, it's the other guys. So you have a legal document to back your argument to say, it's not me, go to the other guy. The other could be when a car comes to your side, you put a really bright red sticky, or I don't know what you do, where it clearly shows this is your car, and any other car that is standing there without a red sticky or yellow sticky or green or whatever you want to pick a color, is someone else's vehicle, and therefore you cannot be complained. So when a community board resident or fire department NYPD is going through, they can say, hey, I see this is not your car, this is someone else's car. Or here is the video and it shows that I'm not doing this. I'm just suggesting these and whatever is the easiest and best way to go about to help you stand on a legal ground where you can make the argument that it's not you creating that problem.
So I'm going to read from the board's January 2020 notes where this was all hashed out by current members of the board. The then chair stated, with regard to sidewalk parking, you need to control and prevent this. The current chair stated, urban treatment, put trees between curb cuts. Benches don't need irrevocable consents. The then chair said, you must do something. It was represented, the executive director suggested security cameras, and the then applicant said that there are 24/7 cameras. The board agreed that you needed to apply for trees.
So there, it's nothing new. that you're
No, no,
saying.
totally. And we do have 24-hour cameras. They do put those, they have,
So,
they have the cameras, they put the cones down, like we showed, like in the pictures. And they did, as Chase stated, do an application to Parks. So he did go through those.
okay.
So what happened with the application with Park?
I guess it never followed. I haven't been here, but
Yeah, that was our previous attorney. I'm sorry to interrupt. And my sister-in-law at the time was handling that. COVID hit and I ended up taking over the property at that point, and I'm there 4 times a week. I even offered to the community board to give my personal phone number out at any residents in the neighborhood had any complaints or concerns. They could contact me directly. We've really been diligent about this. Unfortunately, there are cars double parked all over. There is no parking. We have a residential building that went up, and they seem to be parking in the streets. They raise their hoods because they're aware they won't get ticketed if the hoods are up. We're at a loss. We don't know how to enforce that. We've called 311. We've called 911. We have no jurisdiction to put up signs. Owners will be towed away at their expense. I do believe if they were simply ticketed once, they're not going to do that again. But I can't do that. And I know BSA is not in charge of that.
Yes, this is not something we can do, but I'm going to strongly
Right.
say, so you have a 24/7 camera. Have you looked at the footage? Have you used those footage to justify? Can you provide samples of the footage, or have you shared those with the community board to indicate that you are not the problem? It's the other people who are the problem, and they should be discussing it with the others.
Well, we did supply the photographs. Those aren't enough, I guess.
Same as
Going forward, we'll have to make arrangements for that.
Yeah, that's not the same as 24/7. I'm going to strongly suggest that you share those 24/7 videos with the community board and others to indicate, and I think you should see it also to make sure that what you are hearing from your tenants and what you see when you're at the site is consistently being absorbed. I'm sorry. Observed. I'm sorry. It's been a long talking day. And that, and help your argument on that. And the other thing I would say in this case, if somebody is putting a car there with their hood up, making it look like it's one of your cars that is waiting for repair, use the sticky system if that helps. That way you tag your vehicles that are coming for your repair, and you can say, I never tagged this vehicle. And this way it has nothing to do with my business operation. So there are other ways to kind of ensure your business operation limits and that it is only you and you guys working in this manner. The rest is not your problem. I would strongly, strongly recommend, once you have those evidence, work with the community board and with the abutting residents and the operator. It's really in a way to come up with a solution that works for everybody. But that's not something the board is saying. This is just a good faith neighborhood kind of thing. And once you can establish your ground that you're doing your best, then it might help you to get the community board to back you up to work with the others.
And I felt after we all had a discussion for a while about the neighborhood, that the community board, it was a very mixed, everyone had a lot of emotional feelings. But I felt like in the end, the board and a lot of people on the board understood that this is a complicated block and that we're not causing the problem, but it's just a complicated block because there are other next to us automotive repair shops that paint. We don't even paint. People are like, oh, they're painting. We're like, we're not painting. Next door is painting. Like, and those don't come before the BSA. And it's also a changing neighborhood because it's in a residential district and, you know, city of Yes Pass, and people don't want to, everyone has cars, but there's not everywhere to park. So it's like, there's a lot of things coming together here.
This site, however, does benefit from a variance and historical approval, which does have to return to the board. And the board in 2020 stated parking on a sidewalk, it was a problem at the last grant. It continues to be a problem, comply or get shut down. That was very clear in 2020. It's continuing 2 calendars later to be a problem.
No, no, that's what they were saying. They weren't. If you look at the pictures that we've shown, it's not continuing to be a problem on the sidewalk. The community board was not saying that it was us. It's just all around us.
So I think the report that we got from the community board seems to indicate that they have had problems. Now, it's not clear whether that problem is emerging from your business operation or from the abutting business operation, but knowing the site and being the, you know, I was there from the prior hearing. I understand what you're saying, but in order to win the support of the community board, you need to go through this exercise of proving that what you're doing is yours and the problems are not yours.
But I mean, I guess they didn't do a final vote. But I guess what I'm saying is that the community board did agree. It was like 2 people voted against and like 13 voted approved, that they had seen improvements, that it should be a 7-year term, not a full 10-year because they're nervous, and that they would like something like a compliance hearing to come back because this block has all these problems. And one of the women did point out that if you look at Google Photos, like random photos taken, you can see those bollards and people are not parking on our site. So I guess what I'm saying is it's not just like the community board said, it was 4 hours of a conversation where different people have different experiences and are dealing with the block in different ways, but acknowledging that they've seen improvements, but it is a complicated use.
So I understand what you're saying, and I would say that go through a 27 camera and use that document to help your argument with the community board, and also provide an update on the Parks Department report, where it stands. And I would also say on that one, work with the community board and getting that support. Assuming that you do not have any infrastructure issues and others, and that's a survey that you should have that can help that argument. I'm just surprised that that residential building didn't put any street tree, because they have to provide one as part of the requirement. So I would say go through all of those to establish what you're proposing. And
And I guess what I'm saying is we did that multiple times already. We provide, but we have to take it a step further. But the point is that that's why Howie came. He took it a step further. He went to the community board. He said, the police aren't helping, but I know you will. So I'm going to start contacting you and I'm going to give you my phone number. So when there's issues, I'm in direct contact with the community board. We're not going through all these different people.
Yes, and I appreciate that. And I get that. I just think take it another step, use your documents to evidence to prove your situation, and I think it will also help this board.
Okay, no problem. It's hard to communicate 4 hours of a conversation with this board, but I just want you to know that there's a lot,
And I would say in your document, you can provide more of this, what transpired. Okay.
Okay, no problem. So we're gonna do that, and then we'll take interior photographs like you asked as well. And then the last part is, Acris and the restrictive declaration. Personally, I work on a lot of auto body and I understand this is a very like heated site. I understand that, but I have never seen a restrictive declaration go with an auto body before because it is in the CO. And the problem with Acris is that these things are going to expire every time, right? So you would have to take it off of Acris and then put on a new restrictive deck each time you go back to the board. And they're an auto body shop. They're trying to operate. They've been operating for 42 years. And I just think it's very onerous for a small business to keep hiring attorneys to do this. So I understand the board's point. I definitely get it, but I just think it's something that's very difficult for a small auto body shop. But
I the restrictive deck, yeah. Yeah, I think we, as Council Vine was pointing out, that we have used it, but it has been used on auto body shop which have been under different ownerships or other circumstances. But in this case, I don't think that warrants it. It's really kind of replicating the condition being carried over through a restrictive deck. And yes, as the boards review, they may add more conditions and every time having to revise it and everything, that's not really what the restrictive deck is meant for. So I'm okay with having to remove it.
thank you so much.
Anybody?
I think that's appropriate.
Reasonable.
Yeah, okay, so
Was it ever recorded?
it was never executed or recorded.
This is the problem too, is because there was this violation, we couldn't do final C of O, and also a year and a half is very quick these days. We come back all the time for extensions of time for CO. We would respectfully ask for 2 years in this case to just resolve our I know it's a lot, but I don't want to keep coming back to the board, but we never got the CO. So then there's all these things that connect to other things and it makes it
But I think what we are also saying, why we think this restrictive deck does not make. So you need to fix the plans with regards to the niche in consultation with Mr. Kazanowicz and his tenants, and then also look through all the evidence you have to present that not only to the community board, but to us, and look at other solutions, how you can address this, and the parks.
yeah.
Those are the things.
But I'm
So-
glad, because I wasn't part of this conversation before, I'm glad we're also talking about urban design and other choices. Like, let's say the tree doesn't work out, so we can talk as a team about.
You could put bike racks, there are many other ways to make sure that these spaces do not get misused for sidewalk uses.
Howie, sorry, you wanted to say something, your hand is up. Howie? His hand was up, so I assumed.
I think that is, that is Deputy Chief Velez, I'm sorry. No, it's,
I think his hand's just been up.
okay.
Oh, okay, sorry. I just want to make sure that if someone needs to say something, I don't want to cut him off.
Do not jump to the urban design solutions unless it's been very thoroughly thought through.
Okay.
And I do not know what the requirements are of DOT and others, so do consult with them and work with them. And appraise the community board of it so that if they want to make some suggestions that would work for the that would serve the community, also do it in a much more collaborative way and achieve a solution that would work for everybody and deter sidewalk parking on the sidewalk. Yeah.
Can we get a plan with proposed street tree locations, like a site plan?
Yeah, but I think that Glenn, and me spoke, and he can add to this, but we need to do a survey or something to see where utilities and items are, right, Glenn?
I don't have a current survey that's going to show any additional utilities out of there or whatever the case may be. But yes, we can look at the zoning and provide locations for potential trees along
This
that
is
frontage.
excess of the requirement of 25, per 25 feet. This would be, wherever you can fit them, we'd like to see how you'd propose to lay them out so that they can act as a deterrent from parking on the sidewalk.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I agree with that, beyond the 25-foot limit. Okay. Any other questions or comments? And with regards to the CO filing process, so you're saying the holdup of filing for CO was because of these violations with regards to the signage and the restrictive deck? Okay, and can you start the filing process?
Glenn?
Without,
It will not move, to achieving a C of O without resolving these violations, so it'll need to be done tandem.
So we resolved them, like they're paid and the signage was moved, but we haven't resolved them because we don't have a BSA approval. So that's like the weird part.
sometimes you can you can submit the application documents. I'm not well versed with the CO filing. Can you file an application now with anticipation that the BSA will approve the documents, and then based on that, DOB will issue the CO?
I don't believe that would be possible at this point without the Board of Standards and Appeals approval. It needs to be based on some document.
Okay. Okay.
I hope that clarifies a lot of the items. I know it's tricky.
Okay, all right. Any other questions or comments? If not, let's go to the public. Still, Mr. Will have.
The case that we're currently discussing is 11594BZ, Volume 3, 2470 Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the Weber ID number 161-562-7183 and press the pound sign. Press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay, so I see Mr. Kazanovitz, you have raised your hand. I want to give this time first to the public, and then I will hear you if that's okay, unless you want to state something that was not stated before.
The community board person, Ms. Campbell, is here.
I
Okay.
think that his hand is just he didn't put it down.
I lowered it, but it got raised again. So that's-
Oh, okay. I don't know.
So then I'm going to start with Sean Campbell.
It's from the community board.
Okay. Go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. Sean Campbell, I'm District Manager of Community Board 14, and I appreciate being part of this hearing. I just wanted to explain that the board is a little bit behind these proceedings. There was a public hearing held in January 8th, and it was held over to February 3rd so that we could try to gather more input, and we were very pleased and appreciative of the fact that the owner and tenants did come and join us to try to suss out some of the ongoing, and they are still ongoing, community concerns. So the recommendations will be made to the full board tonight, but even though some of those recommendations were described by representative today, take those with a grain of salt, because this will still be debated. And I don't know if the term will be the recommended term or less than that. And I don't know, the recommendation did not include a recommendation for trees and benches, although the board was very sympathetic for those, but we were told that they could not be a condition because they weren't on the plan. So there may have been a misunderstanding in that. And now that I've heard some more clarifying information, those might be added back in. And that I would just say too, that Parks will do the survey. If you make the request through Parks, you don't necessarily have to take on that onus. And this board is here and able to work with you on that. And then finally, I'll say that while we'd be very glad to accept any of the substantiating materials that the applicant wants to provide. It's only 2.9 square miles. So I'm out in the district myself and take a look at things and have been on a few site visits over here. And I also work with my partners at DSNY, NYPD, FDNY, on gathering our information to substantiate some of the concerns that come from the community. But I'm happy to continue working with the applicant on this. And then the very last thing is, I just wonder, since we're talking about the signage, which by the way came up, there is a sign there that has the address, which is the applicant thought that's why they're getting blamed because they're the only sign with the address. But I just, the wording of this conversation presupposes that this variance will get extended for some amount of time. Otherwise, these issues wouldn't necessarily be pertinent. So I just want to get confirmation that this would be a hearing on whether or not the variance will be extended at all. Thank you.
This is an extension of term. So when these applications, they come before the board for us to consider whether the term of the variance should be extended or not. And we give guidance to the applicant to, or guidance, direct, mandate, whichever way you want to look at it, to give board the reasons to extend the term. And so, for example, the urban design solution, the signage, these are all directions that we are asking the applicant to look at, ways to address the concerns that we hear from the community board, the site situations that we see based on our site visits, and from prior board resolutions and conditions to see how those could be better addressed. And with growing, as with experience and over the years, new tools being made available that city exercises for urban designs, we are also exploring those tools to see how those could be addressed. So it is not saying that we are convinced that the variance should be given, but we are saying if variance is to be given, you need to respond to these issues and address them. And these are the various ways of addressing them. Am I making that clear?
Thank you. Yes, and thank you very much.
Now, this is the first hearing we're having, and and there is going to be the community board vote, and we are not going to make any decision on this, especially on this one. We are not even going to close on this because we want to hear from the community board and what the community board has to say. And the applicant has a lot of work to do to provide the answers to these questions that were raised before even we can consider it to be in a good shape for us to consider closing it.
Thank you, Chair. And the community board ratification of the recommendation is tonight. So I'll have something to you probably tomorrow.
Okay. And as you heard, if you have any questions, you should reach out to our project manager asking for more clarification as to what the prior board intended, because we do have the resolutions here with us. And you could go to our old videos and listen to what we had stated.
Yeah, I've done that. And just let me say that I really appreciate that Carlo Costanza and Tony Mateus are always so helpful and responsive, and I appreciate them both.
Thank you. We do too. Okay. I don't see anybody else's
No,
hand.
the clock ran out also.
Okay. Mr. Kazanowicz, do you want to add anything?
He's having trouble with the
Okay. Well,
sound.
All right. Oops. Okay, he lowered his phone. All right. How much time are you going to need? I would say, please use this opportunity to build up all your arguments, justification, and additional information, and do find a solution that would win everybody's heart.
Of course, yeah. So we're going to try to make as many people happy as possible. I know not everyone's going to be happy, but we're going to try. And I guess give us a few weeks so the community board can feel comfortable that they've seen everything and have had a chance to say whatever they want to say.
I think best would be to schedule this for the March 10th, 11th hearing, if that's actually, let me look at the.
Maybe do one more because I just want to give them time. I'm like just trying to be like, I really do want to give the community time to look at us, look,
Okay.
Everything needs to sink in.
Fine. March 24th, 25th, the submission due date is March 6th.
Yeah, because this way we have a month to respond and then they have time to look at it.
That's fine.
Okay.
Not
that I want to keep anything slow. I just,
No, I want you to do a thorough job, and I know both you and Mr. Petrona can do that. So please do it and coordinate with the tenants and your owner to know exactly what the implications of each one will be,
Mhm.
how it will affect the site, but how also it would be beneficial in responding to the issues that you have been hearing time and time again from the community board, from the borough, and from the board.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay?
Could I ask
Sure.
to add on to the street trees thing? What's strange to me is that in the resolution, it said that the applicant represents that the street tree application has been filed with the Parks Department. So granted, we don't understand what happened with that application, but on other applications, people have sent in the form and they filled it out, but there's no evidence of it ever having been filed. So I think what I would like to know is where you would like to propose street trees, if you think that you can fit them, and also to explain to us very clearly what the steps would be to seek such an approval from the Parks Department and how far we can get in that process during the course of this hearing prior to any vote. Because it was something that was clearly stated in that resolution, and we still have no idea what actually happened.
Mhm.
Okay, no problem. We'll make that clear.
Thank you, Commissioner Yoon. That's a very good ask.
Mr. Kanazowitz, are you still looking to speak? Okay,
I think it's a technical issue.
okay. So let's move on then. Can we move on, Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you all.
Thank you.
Item number 12, 8915 BZ, Volume 4, 92 Walworth Street. This is Mr. Jay Goldstein.
I think Mr. Gold.
Oh, oh, never mind. Sorry. Can we get his hand down? Thank you.
Oh. I think I just let him in.
I'm back. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, go ahead.
Raise your right hand. Is there anyone with you, Mr. Goldstein?
No,
Okay. Do you raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein on behalf of the applicants. I was at the review session and I heard Commissioner Yoon's comments with regard to the elevation changes. Yeah, the prior applications did not use any NAVD 88, so that was the change. But with that in mind, I will have the architect go back and confirm the base plane and all the elevations, street walls, and roof height, so that we can clarify it on the plans and in my narrative. And then with regard to the fence, the railing, you mentioned 6 feet. I'm seeing 18 inches. That's from the lower roof to the upper roof. Is that what you were speaking about, Commissioner?
No, that one I realize is just a ladder to get to access the roof, but
Right.
let me just pull up the plan real quick.
I just, if it's not necessary, I'll get rid of it. I don't remember what it was, so.
Hang on.
The 18 wide ladder was FDNY request at the prior hearings.
Okay, no, that's good. I was more interested in, I'm almost there. 1 second. Okay, so on the 4th floor plan, you have this note here. 6 foot wide, fixed, all welded steel ladder, typical of 1. And then
I will.
Up again here on the main roof and here.
I
So
think it's supposed to be 6 foot wide FDNY access point, but I'll clarify it.
assumed, but yeah, please clarify because that's obviously confusing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
No problem. I believe those were all the comments from the board.
Yes. Any other questions or comments? Let's go to the public.
So the case that we're currently discussing is 8915 BZ 92 Walworth Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the Weber ID number 161-562-7183 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Yeah, does it?
Can I just address mine?
Sure.
Mr. Goldstein, if we were to close, what I would expect to see is either some defensible explanation for why the base plane is at what they're showing now, which is plus 25.17. Or the drawings revised to show a base plane to be where I think it should be, which is somewhere between 24.51 and 24.22. And they, all the drawings and notes should be adjusted accordingly.
Okay. And the statements were applicable.
Yes, and I preferred the second option.
Yeah, I'm gonna clarify. I don't question Commissioner Yoon at all, so I'm sure that it could have been a mistake over the years. It's been around for a while, so let me just clarify. We'll make the changes and we'll show it to you, and we'll clean it up in our statement as well to match. I think that it won't change the building as approved or as as proposed today. It'll just clarify the numbers so that going forward it's clean.
Yeah, that's why I'm okay to close it, because I don't think you're asking for anything different.
Right, it's not going to,
Yeah, we reduced the height. We reduced the impact of the envelope by getting rid of the bulkhead at the roof. So it's less impactful, if anything.
yeah. Okay. And how long for you to make these corrections?
Probably a week. So whenever the board is ready for us.
So, I'm looking at.
Now you're on.
Yes.
March 10th has a February 20th submission.
That should work.
All right, I think nobody called in and the
No.
clock has run out. All right, so I make a motion to close,
Chair
record
Shonda? Oh, I'm sorry.
record open for revised plan and explanation and/or explanation. Okay,
So motion to close, Chair Shonda,
aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown. Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
thank you. Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appeals calendar, continued hearing items, item number 13, 2024-17A 35 Marjorie Street, Staten Island. This is Elise Fullader.
Hi.
Should be there. Is there anyone, John,
David?
David, yes, correct.
David Marassi.
David Marassi? Okay. Yes, I
It
believe.
might be Maurice, but we'll have to ask
Maurice,
how
sorry.
he
I always get that
pronounces
wrong.
his name. Just to, I don't know. I have a crazy last name, so. Hello, David.
Hey, how are you?
Is it Maurice?
Yeah, Maurice.
Maurice, okay. I think
Uh,
I used to- the other person, Joseph, wrong too.
Yeah. Oh, Joseph's on too?
No, never mind. Okay, This is an appeals case, so I don't need to swear you in. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. Thank you so much for your comments. I'm here with David from the architect's office. I think we wanted to just provide you with a little bit of updates. I'm sure you saw that we sent, you already mentioned that we sent it to the FDNY and they're reviewing it, and we're going to keep working with them. And we've been speaking to our structural engineer and our, what do you call the other?
I guess the civil engineer working
Civil
on
engineer,
the
yeah.
paving.
So David said, you sent me, do you want me to share the letter, David?
Yeah, I guess if you could put it on the screen.
Yeah. Just check.
And this was, these letters were requested by fire department to justify why the width has to be reduced to 18 feet?
So the fire department, actually, I got an email back from Kevin Neenan on Saturday night, and he said it was still in process and they're gonna attempt to have an update for us soon. But the letter that Elise is gonna share with you is regarding the paving plan. Now, because this is a private road and it's considered on the tax map a right of way, the Walden Amaro, who's a civil engineer, has indicated that this application is not eligible for a paving plan, and that they will provide a plan similar to a paving plan, but it won't be going through DOT. It would be approved through DOB instead. And so this is the letter they provided, and then the second page of this document is the street status from the borough president's office on Staten Island.
Yes, we do know that these streets,
Yes.
since map street, they don't have to, they don't have to, they won't be eligible for review like a standard builder's pavement plan document. But what we do ask is that plans similar to a builder's pavement plan be provided. That's in our file. That would also be submitted as part of the GCL 36 site plan.
And
Okay,
that's what
yes.
we just wanted to make sure, because sometimes we get a BPP through and sometimes we don't because the status of the street. And
So there's a clear understanding. We want you to follow
okay.
construction for the street.
Yeah, and we're just doing that. And we have a letter. We didn't provide you before. We just got it from the architect that's saying we're doing a plan that's similar to the builder's plan.
Okay,
So I guess that was just for an update of where we are with
okay.
the application. And then we're working with the FDNY and we'll update any plans per whatever the FDNY comments are, which we're still waiting.
All right, great. I'm glad to see that you're making progress. And I would suggest that we, I don't know if, when did you hear this, Mr. Moraes?
The last email from the fire department was on Saturday night, on the 8th, so two nights ago.
Oh, so I don't think there would be much update. Deputy Chief Velez has any update?
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's some sort of background noise. It sounds like someone's mic is on and there's a conversation going on.
David muted himself.
Oh,
All right.
sorry, David. I didn't know where it was coming from. I just kept hearing like talking. Thank you.
If is there any update on this, Deputy Chief Velez?
Good day to all. As far as the update goes, I have the same information still in the process, and it's been assigned, I believe, to Nina or Kevin Neenan.
Okay, all right, thank you. I would say best is we, first, let's go to the public, and while we are waiting for public to call in, we can figure out the next time frame of deliverables.
Okay. Just a heads up, my internet seems to be a little in and out, so just in case you lose me. The case that we're currently discussing is 2024-17A 35 Marjorie Street, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the Weber ID number 161-562-7183 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. If you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
So I would suggest best is we hold off on fixing a scheduling date. And the moment you hear anything from fire department, please coordinate with our project manager so that we can schedule it. I think March seems more reasonable. That will give fire department enough time to review and for you to put together all your documents. That's my sense.
Whatever works for the board, we will follow up with both the fire department and the project manager.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So I'm tentatively hoping that you can get everything resolved by March. So I'm just going to say March, but follow up with the project manager once you have all the. Okay, no problem. I don't see anybody's hands raised.
You still have 40 seconds.
Not going down the 40 seconds.
Is it not? Like,
No,
I'm sorry, it's 25. I can't read. Sorry. Sorry about that.
it said 40. I saw it. You're right.
Yeah, just I had my hand probably on it and just went down.
Okay.
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 Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay. Zoning calendar, new cases, item number 14, 2024-42 BZ, 2031 Eastern Parkway, Eastern Parkway Extension, Brooklyn.
Okay. Everybody who is here, please raise your hand so that I know whom to let them in. Adam Zadell, Weston Walker, Larry Gordon, Angel Rama. The applicants team, I'm just asking the applicants team to put their hands up. Jan Cermak. Okay. Larry Gordon, Angel Rama, Jan Cermak, are you all part of the applicants team?
Yes, they all are. We brought everybody to be able to answer all your questions, and I'll introduce them.
Yep.
Okay. Do we have anybody in so I can swear them in?
Yep.
Everyone's in?
Is everybody in? I think.
We may be missing Dan Cobley.
Dan, oh, he didn't raise. And what about John McDonald?
John McDonald should be added, yes. Thank you.
John McDonald and Don Cobley.
Dan Cobley.
Oh, sorry, Dan. I'm sorry, Dan Kabbalah. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing the names. My apologies.
Okay, everyone raise their right, please unmute. Please unmute everyone. And do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
I'm Adam Zaidel with Tuttle Yick. Thank you all for reviewing the application. It was a voluminous application, and it's clear from what we heard in the executive session that you all reviewed the nuances very thoroughly, and we appreciate it very much. We're going to provide a written submission to address all the points that were raised in the review session. But I'd like to touch on a few of the items that you raised here. I would like to lead, even though it's out of order, with the issue of the building height, specifically the floor-to-floor height and the parapet height. And specifically, I want to discuss it within the frame of neighborhood character, which is, I think, what we're using building height as a proxy for. Our effort here, let me back up. owing to the extreme hardship that we're dealing with, the project that is being proposed is something of a special project. It's a taller building, 100% permanent affordable housing being developed by a nonprofit with approximately 38,000 square feet to be contributed to the public realm in some form. That's a rare set of circumstances. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to take those elements and enhance the neighborhood character and enhance the public aspects of this project. For that reason, we engaged Studio Gang. Wes Walker is from Studio Gang. They're, a world-class architect, because we think that we have a set of special elements here that can create a project that are at the nexus of 100% deep affordability, sustainability and decarbonization, design, and activation of the public sphere. That has been one of the key features of our conversations with the community board, from which we received a unanimous letter of support for this project, and the council member. And just briefly, I'd like to refer you to the letter of support that we received from Councilmember Sandy Nurse, the last paragraph. I'll just read it to you if it's not handy. She says, "I am particularly interested in the project's potential to advance cutting-edge decarbonization and sustainability features. It appears that with new financing tools like the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, it may be possible to develop 100% affordable housing projects that also address climate change. The project proposed at 2031 Eastern Parkway Extension with its 38,000 square feet of surplus land appears to be an ideal candidate for such an approach. We hope the BSA and the city will consider this in the design and execution of this project." I raise that because the point about the floor-to-floor heights and the parapet was proposed to us by Studio Gang as a way to enhance the sustainability and decarbonization elements of the project and to enhance the design of the project. In fact, the parapet was not in our first iteration of the plans. We just had the mechanical sticking out of the top of the building. But Wes and his team said, no, this is something that we need to address to enhance the public nature of this project, the neighborhood character. And so we added it in for that purpose. So what I'm suggesting is that the height of the building, though we oftentimes use it as a proxy for neighborhood character, I think in this instance, by lowering the floor-to-floor height and reducing or removing the parapet, drives this project towards a generic execution, when what we're trying to do is something, and I'd like for Wes to speak to these elements specifically and how they're intended to enhance the project and the neighborhood character, if it's all right.
Proceed. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks everybody. Hello, my name is Wes Walker with Studio Gang, architect of the building. There's, I think, 3 key points with regard to building height that we heard this morning. First is a parapet that Adam already referenced, which is really just to integrate the necessary rooftop mechanical equipment into the architecture in a nice way that we think will make the building a nicer presence in the neighborhood without any additional impacts to light and air scale, since there's going to be a lot of equipment up there. We just want to make sure to do that nicely for a building of this stature. The second is the point about floor-to-floor heights, and appreciate your attention to detail there, Commissioner Yoon, and appreciate the question. So what we're trying to do here is to absolutely minimize this project's embodied carbon as a key element of a sustainability approach. So we are looking at post and beam structural solutions, which might integrate steel elements and might integrate timber elements. In order to do that, we will need some additional floor-to-floor height, but we are not trying to build any extra floor-to-floor height than we need for the structure. So we're not trying to integrate a clear height premium into the units. We're just trying to make sure that we can fit a structure that will be a lower carbon and kind of a leading edge approach to a residential project as compared to flat plate concrete solution. There was one other question about the floor-to-floor heights lower down in the building. I did also just want to flag that we're planning some larger spaces down there, community spaces, recreation room. And so those, the scale of those rooms are going to require some taller floor-to-floor heights to get appropriate light and proportion of space and to accommodate those uses lower down in the building. So that's why you're seeing those numbers down there.
Go ahead,
No,
you start.
You start.
So I want to thank both of you for stating your reasons. I still did not, from the statement made by Mr. Walker, justify the need for 17.75 foot high parapet wall. It seemed to me it was more of a nicer presence and nothing more than that. So I am not convinced. Secondly, and most importantly, this board operates on precedents. Whatever we do here, it would set a precedence and it would bring upon another architect to make an argument which is not part of this. In this case, you're documenting you're exercising programmatic need and deference. So the programmatic need here does not call for any of those increased heights. It's a more of a design thing and a desire and a goal. And when it comes to projects that are for profit, these are the elements that are adding to the cost that are unduly increasing the hardship, financial hardship, which I again, from a precedence point of view, this becomes an issue for this board. And thirdly, as a former HPD staffer, I would say many times I have seen projects being value engineered and scaled down to something that is financially feasible because you want to stretch the city funding limits to the extent possible to get as many units as possible. Now, I understand HPD has issued a soft commitment for the project without diving into the details of the cost. But when these details and diving happens, oftentimes these kind of features are the first to be eliminated from it. So I want to be extremely mindful of that. And I know it is not the time for HPD to weigh in because it's too early in the pre-development stage for HPD to weigh in. But when that situation comes, it is going to be scaled down. But what it leaves behind for the board is a situation where we have approved a project based on some foreseeable potential niceties, which are not programmatically driven, that is causing the increased building height. And I, for one, I'm not comfortable with that. I cannot speak for the other board members. I'm going to have Commissioner Yoon state and then you follow.
Yeah, I want to just add to that. I mean, personally, I'm much more sympathetic to the idea that this could be a timber building or possibly a post and beam structure and that you would need the height because I have looked at that in my former life. And I know that that does cause some clear head height problems and you would have some transfer issues when you get down to larger spaces on the ground floor. It is a difficult thing, as the chair has said, for us to approve something that seems in excess of what we typically see by a considerable amount of height. I do agree, though, that the chair is correct. Through this process, you will be value engineered so hard that if we can approve a taller floor to floor height under some premise of knowing, I'm gonna have to talk with the chair about that separately. So I think I have some sympathies to the idea that alternative structural systems could be used that might require higher floor to floor heights. I also have spent a lot of time in my former life struggling with bulkheads. And I have fought this fight on your side before. We cannot justify a 17.5-foot tall wall around the top of the building, given the overall height that you're asking for. I don't think you're going to get past this one. You need to find an alternative for the bulkhead, or you're going to have to show us that the mechanical equipment actually consumes the entire footprint of the entire tower, and you're going to have to screen it anyways. But believe me, I know this pain from a design standpoint, but from a precedent and from our standpoint, I just don't know how we're going to be able to approve it. You'd have to have a very strong mechanical argument. You'd have to have very detailed mechanical plans that show us the extent of all of the equipment that you need to screen, how tall it's going to be. I mean, we're just not, it's floor area. You're creating a giant box of floor area unless you can fill it with mechanical equipment.
And I would just say Commissioner Yunus being very humble, she in her former life worked very closely with many of the affordable housing providers, not only organizations that provide affordable housing, but also in designing affordable housing. So she's coming from a field of quite a bit of expertise and knowledge and has faced the wrath of HPD's value engineering process.
And developers. I mean, I'm just saying all around, it will get value engineered, but I just want to be clear that I'm sympathetic to a lot of it, but we cannot justify it.
Yeah.
Or at least based on what I have seen, I cannot.
Right.
justify
It is not part of the programmatic need. I understand the gesture. I respect it. But it is not being driven programmatically. So please reconsider our requests, our statements. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Commissioner Yoon had more eloquently stated what I would state, so we're
Okay. Okay. Proceed.
Thank you. We hear you. We appreciate it. I think we wanted to convey based on the comments in the review session that there was a purpose behind what we were proposing. And we'll discuss internally, but we hear your strong recommendation and we'll proceed accordingly. Thank you. With respect to the other points, I'm just going to go one by one here. And again, we'll provide a written submission for everything. Was the zoning analysis chart consistent with the city of yes? This was double checked. We'll triple check it and we'll make adjustments as needed. The parking requirements with respect to city of yes, we'll revise accordingly. The units being designed with respect to HPD design guidelines and specifying the range of unit sizes, we'll revise that item. The third set of stairs, I think we'll lump that into our written submission unless Angel from Slice, is that something you want to address now?
We can address it. And Adam, sorry, let me double back on the previous comment. You had said the first one was the size of the units according to the HPD standard. So what we were showing is a very diagrammatic unit size layouts on these floor plates. And so we're taking into account, what we're not taking into account, sorry, is structure, mechanical risers, anything that's going to impact the net square foot area of the end unit. So right now we are showing just gross oversized units. That's a fair point, knowing that we're going to lose space once structure and mechanical get introduced into the building. As far as the stair, the existence of that third stair is because of the corridor. Essentially, we have a corridor that exceeds our 80 feet for a dead end. And that's why that third stair lives out on that side of the building. As a possible response that, again, as Adam said, we'll discuss with the team, would be eliminating one of the stairs in the core, one of the scissor stairs, and just make it a single stair. Although I think, well, we'll discuss it. And then the third point was the mechanical. The mechanical room on that, in that corner of the building exists, as does the stair, because we don't have light and air on the right side of the building, unless it's more the north than anything else. But we are constrained on because of the site. And so that corner will always be a blind side on that building. And so our concept was to sort of somehow distribute mechanical systems along the building on every floor somehow, and to lessen the impact on what would be on the roof. Those are the 3 points that we had.
I wanted to just chime in on the unit size. I meant to say this earlier. I think they're aggressively small, actually, and I think you will have the lovely challenge of trying to fit all that stuff in later. I think they're really close to the minimums, and I don't think they're oversized at all. I think at this early stage, I wish you the best of luck in planning it.
Thank you. I agree.
I will take back my comments since our expert commissioner who has significant experience on this matter has spoken. So I will take the comment regarding the unit sizes off the table. You don't need to respond to that. But I still want to understand. So you would need at most 2 set of stairs for the total volume, but the reason you need to have the third because of the length of the corridor.
That is correct.
Okay. Um,
But still, excuse me, this is Gloria Glass, associate. One of the stairs, the sister stairs, could be reduced to a single stair, so you would only have 2 stairs separate.
hold on.
Can
Are
I
you-
stop you for a second? I didn't swear you in.
If you cannot speak if you were not sworn in, so.
Let me do that quickly. Oh, sorry. Where's my swearing sheet? Hold on.
Raise your right hand.
So raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, please proceed. State your name for the record and proceed.
My name is Gloria Glass. I'm a partner at SOC Architects.
Okay. Go ahead. You can proceed now. Sorry.
So what I was bringing back is the subject of the 3 stairs. There's no need to have 3 stairs. There's need to have stairs that are separate in distance because of the length of the corridor. We could reduce the amount of stairs to 2. Instead of having a sister stair, have 2 switchback stairs, one at each end of the locations where they're required by distances. So we'll take care of that.
Okay. The reason I was asking these questions was a way to see if the building footprint can be brought in a little bit from the DeSalle place. And if you didn't need the mechanical space on every floor, could you then get, let's say, a turnaround of a unit in a way where you put the spaces that don't require the light and air on the blank wall and have the building set back enough to provide for the 2 bedrooms that you have indicated in that corner or something like that. That's really why I was asking that question. So that if that could be, the building could be scaled back a little bit from DeSalle Place.
Chair, this would be to achieve the 15-foot setback?
Yeah.
I think that can be managed. We'll definitely study that. I agree with you, your findings that, yes, you're absolutely right. It should be 15 feet, and I think we'll make that correction.
Great. I mean, the requirement is 20 foot for narrow, but I recognize that would be very, very difficult, and it may impact your ability to retain the minimum number of units you need to make it viable. So that's why I'm saying if even moving it by 5 foot, it would, if that can be done.
We will study it aggressively.
Okay.
And just so that we understand sort of the big picture direction that you're proposing, what I'm hearing, and let me know if we're missing anything, is reduce the building height as much as possible, pull back from the sales place, and ensure, of course, that the units are properly sized and that we don't have any superfluous space like mechanicals or staircases or things like that. Is that the general direction, or is there something we're missing?
So the general direction is reducing the building height and move the scale, the tower portion of the building to the extent possible from DeSalle Place without eliminating the number of units or the unit typology. And I picked on these mechanical and the stairs to see if those could give you the space. I'm not saying eliminate, I'm saying if they're not required and you can do without them, can they give you what you need and allow for it? That's why my question was asked on those specifically. Because we don't see on each floor mechanical space being laid out. So that's why it just kind of struck out for that reason.
Understood. Okay, thank you. It's helpful to know sort of the direction that you're recommending we head in so that we can study it.
Right. And the unit sizes, as Commissioner Yoon clearly said, you guys are being very aggressive on what you're proposing, and they will in reality may end up being less than what is shown. So I'm not going to push that anymore. That's off the table.
Okay, thank you. And I think the remaining 2 sort of buckets of comments were the engineering comments from Commissioner Yoon and Commissioner Sheta. So with respect, big picture, the engineering comments from Commissioner Yoon, I understand that you'd like us to treat the issue in full of an as-of-right manufacturing building throughout the entirety of the site and the complications that the train presents for that. And there's a number of elements to that. There's the physical engineering constraints, which we have the expertise on the line now to speak to that. There's the legal constraints with respect to the reserved rights that the train company owns. There's the economic constraint with respect to whether or not the numbers would pencil to develop a new manufacturing building in this location, bearing in mind the additional cost of the train. It almost certainly would not. And then there's the legal point that the applicant here is a mission-driven, a nonprofit, specializing in the development of affordable housing. And of course, they would never build a manufacturing building. It wouldn't be part of their mission. But we'll give you a complete written response on that.
I'm sorry. I think I was probably not very clear when I was talking about the foundations, but what I was specifically asking for, well, first I wanted to clarify that I don't believe the tungsten letter covers the as-of-right scenario, as you've described, a manufacturing building. So I would like the narrative, the engineering description of the feasibility of foundations to just go step by step, a process of elimination, so that I can clearly understand what could be built over the tunnels, if anything, what the as-of-right is showing or proposing, because it's just a square and I don't know what kind of foundation you're proposing there. And then how we then step to where we ended up. I am sure that your team has studied all of this because you wouldn't put this tower here if you didn't have to. But I would just like the record to be very clear for anyone now or in the future looking at it to understand very clearly how we arrived.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. We'll make sure that it addresses that in detail. And you're right, we went through the analysis of every possible permutation and found this one to be really the only viable one, which is how we ended up here. But we'll show our work so that you have it for the record. And with respect to Commissioner Sheta and his comments, frankly, which were very helpful direction on the engineering, I'll defer to my colleagues, Dr. Cermak from USER Rutledge and Dan Cobley from Tungsten.
Good afternoon. I'm with Muser Rutledge Consulting Engineers. We are the foundation engineer. And Commissioner Sheta, I agree with your statements. I think you discussed what type of piles will be required, and of course they'll have to be drilled some distance from the tunnel, to make sure we don't impact the tunnel. So all that has been already considered. The section that was shown during the discussion this morning kind of shows I think it showed about the 5-foot distance. It's possible that we might need to push it a little bit further, but yeah, these will be drilled piles that will extend below the invert of the tunnel. Make sure we transfer the loads from the new building to below the tunnel, and it's a somewhat of a typical design, whether it's adjacent to Long Island Railroad or New York City Transit, or all the transit tunnels that we have in the city.
Thank you. It makes me feel better that I knew that MRCE is the engineer, the geotechnical engineer. That would be very helpful. But in addition to what you said, what I wanted to highlight and make sure that you digest that. So when you drill the pile, that portion of the pile from the bottom of the mat all the way to the invert of the tunnel, probably 5 to 10 feet, even below that need to be frictionless.
Yep.
So my point is you cannot count on skim friction within that part, because if you do, you're gonna transmit load to surrounding soils, and it's gonna be transmitted to the tunnel, and it may cause tunnel issues.
understood. And yeah, that is, you know, we typically achieve that by leaving the isolation casing in, so that way
Yep.
the all the load gets transferred below. And I'm sure Long Island Railroad will, you know, that will be one of their main requirements that we do that. So I appreciate your comment.
That's good. Thank you.
There was one other item that I neglected from my list, which is the potential open space, you know, this 38,000 square feet, that it be active and passive use, not for parking or vehicular use, with the possible exception of FDNY, something like that. That's certainly our intent. And, you know, we've been having a number of conversations with the council member about the best way to achieve that and have it be part of the overall project plan. So the developer is in alignment with BSA's comments on that.
Yeah.
And I think that's all the items that I picked up from the review session.
Yeah, and if anything we spoke, I know I spoke at Zoom, so I apologize for that. So please, you did go through every comments that we picked up, but please go through it in case anything I missed or we missed here. Yeah, I think if there aren't any questions or comments for the team, I want to go to the public. I think we have 2 members of the public who have been patiently sitting here. And so I would like to give them the opportunity to speak.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing, excuse me, is 2024-42 BZ 2031 Eastern Parkway, Brooklyn, Eastern Parkway Extension, Brooklyn. If you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 161-562-7183 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
We have 2 members in the audience who want to speak regarding this case. Please state your name.
Nicole Morris.
Nicole Morris. Go ahead.
Hi, so I live at 2027 Eastern Parkway, which is next door to the property, to development property. I just want to let you all know that as the community, we are in what I call the forgotten zone. We are the end of the community board, the end of the police precinct, the end of the school district, we're the end of everybody. Nobody pays attention to us until this happens, and we weren't notified. And we made that very clear to the community board. We also put in a rejection for this. We sent it in on Friday. I guess you guys will get it later. But some of the main issues that I have is the foundation of this building, in a sense of, because we're next door to it, it vibrates. So, and we're not that down, and we're not as close as this particular building will be. So I really would love for the Long Island Railroad to put more input on that, because when you come to the height of the building and the foundation settling, what does that mean for that building? Also, setting the precedent of a 20-story building, nobody wanted that. Nobody, like I said, we have not been a part of this conversation. We went to the community board when we found out, and we explicitly said no. And they were kind of like, we've gone to Sandy Nurse, said no. And she's kind of like, well, so again, I understand the need for housing, and we're not, at first we were opposed to it because, again, it's always been a parking lot. With that, it was told to us by the development company that they went to HBD first and said 12 stories, and they came back with a 20-story and then brought it to the board members. Now, again, the board members do not live anywhere near this area. They have no idea what goes on in the neighborhood. So that's why we went several times, and everybody has said no, but they signed the letter with complete disregard for our thoughts. So with that being said, I'm sorry, a little nervous. So the impact to the neighborhood, very huge. Over 300 units in a space. Yes, we know it's a transportation hub that's not updated. There is no parking. And I know that's not an issue, but it is an issue for us because we constantly now have people double parking on fire hydrants. So yes, they will come with cars. And we know this. Even we have 3 NYCHA buildings down the block. They have parking lots. That's not who parks in the parking lot. The staff does. Everybody else has to fight for parking on the street. We have the worst school district. And also, it was told to us by the Dole Foundation as well as the developer that it was going to be families. We didn't know about the 35% mental illness, drug addiction, and all that. We didn't know about that. We weren't told, and we were at the meetings. So that's a big issue for us because we have 3 schools in walking distance. One is on the next block over, and the other one is in the next community board. Also, with that being said, there's a proposal for another 20 to 30-story building, which is in Community Board 5, Herkimer Totem Estate Group, and they're trying to do 3 stories at 20, 30. Nobody, our neighborhood cannot sustain that. We don't even have a grocery store. We have one in walking distance. So for us, it really does impact us. And I know because of the low income, but we rather have the parking because the open plan doesn't work. We have 2 parks in walking distance and one outside the community board, but still it's in walking distance and all of them have been updated in the last 10 years. We don't need open space because we have a lot of people that still do drugs. We actually have prostitutes still. We have constant dumping and we have very slow times when it comes to the cops because they're like, oh, are you even in our district? So it's right across the next police precinct. I've literally gone through this where it's like, are you sure that's where you're at? So to have open space is, nobody wants that. Please provide parking so they can park in the parking lot. And when it was the point of parking for low income housing, is it because they have to pay for the parking in order to park in the parking lot of their building? Because then that's why they're not using it, because they can't afford to pay for parking. So then that
I'm
means,
sorry, your 3 minutes are up. Could you wrap up? I apologize, unless Madam Chair extends it.
Hmm? Yeah, no, please finish your statement.
but yeah, we would prefer the 12-story. And it's always been proposed this fancy building that we've always said we don't need. It's a bunch of brick houses, wooden houses. We don't need anything fancy. You want to put affordable housing, just put the affordable housing, nothing fancy, nothing too high. And remember, we do have this big hub, so we're fighting for everything in the neighborhood.
Take a deep breath. You did a good job. You did a good.
Not usually just rattle.
You did a good job. Do you have anything else to add?
No.
Although if any other thoughts come to mind and what you've stated?
We did print it out.
Okay, so just submit it to submit at B.
We did.
Okay, you did?
Yes.
Okay. Continue. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Deborah Cook, and I also live at 2027 Eastern Parkway. And I'm a retired school teacher, and I'm speaking on behalf of the block. A lot of them come to me when there's problems. And quite a few of them now are senior citizens, and they're concerned that they have been on the block for maybe over 40 years. So a lot of them now, like myself, just retired from teaching. And you've stayed there because we didn't have a lot of problems as far as neighborly problems. We always worked together, block association, and tried to do the right thing. And we know each other, so we look out for you. We have what you call a block watch. You can't do that with 378 people. That means that over 1,000 people are coming in to what you considered grandfather houses, 2 and 3 story family houses. We have a lot of children that grew up on the block, and now they're grown and they're taking over their parents' homes. And the children still run up and down and play. You're talking about mentally ill people. You're talking about ex-offenders. You're talking about drug users. Okay, when you talk about that, you're also talking about drug users now who might still be using, mentally ill people who may not be cured. And we're talking about a family-oriented block. Now, I, for one, agree that we need affordable housing. It is the demand that we definitely need, but we also have to look out for the people who have sacrificed to be in this neighborhood all these years, who didn't run out to Long Island or Staten Island, who have paid their dues. And we want to be safe too. So when you have 378 units, and you're talking about people who have the clientele that might have problems, mentally ill problems, drug use problems, ex-offenders who may not be cured yet, that's a problem. And with the funding of these programs and the new administration, you don't know how long these people are gonna be giving out the money to have people come in as social workers and counselors and psychiatrists. Because the minute you let this program come in and there's 378 people, and all of a sudden the administration says, we're cutting you off. Who's gonna watch these people? Who's gonna guide them in the correct direction? Who's gonna counsel them? These are the concerns that the block have. We, you know, it's not that we don't want them there. We don't need the amount of people. And we're looking out for the fact that if all of this takes place, who's going to control 378 units of people who have mentally ill and drug use problems? Low income is totally different from mental abuse, mental problems, drug ex-offenders. It's a different population. So we just would like for you to consider that too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Larry Gordon. Larry Gordon. You may speak. I think. Larry Gordon. Mr. Gordon.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I apologize. Okay, I'm Larry Gordon, the Vice President of Housing Development. Been with the Doe Fund for almost 13 years. Just want to respond to the last community board member. We've been presenting this project.
Excuse me, do I have to swear him in?
I thought I swore, I did the hand raising.
You did it earlier? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm on the original list.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry. I apologize.
We presented to the community board that the project would have a supportive element, and I'd just like to clarify that typically the project would be at the max 30% supportive. So we're talking about perhaps 100 people in studio apartments, maybe some family oriented, but that the Doe Fund's been doing this since 1996. There will be program directors who have MSWs. There'll be clinical case supervisors, caseworkers with a 15-to-1 ratio of clients to staff. There'll be 24-hour security. We've reached out to the community. We've sent letters. We're happy to have more town hall meetings to assuage any concerns, but I feel as if it may be misunderstood that supportive housing is not all of the units. It's an affordable housing project with a supporting housing element. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the clarification. I think in your next submission, Mr. Zedel, you may just want to refer to some of the various kind of programs that are in place in current many Doe Fund programs, and what are the requirements of the NY 1515 requirements, and how the building and the tenants are taken care of. I know I'm very familiar with many, many supportive housing projects that I have seen while I was at HPD, but it is for the record for you to provide a clear outline of how the program would work or should work, will work, and how does Doe Fund work within its current facilities and how they're maintained.
Yeah, we've also offered tours of our other projects. We have a supportive housing project down the road on Rogers Avenue, and in fact, Community Board 14, where Sean spoke earlier. So she's still on, although it's been a few years. But yeah, we're happy to answer any questions, take people on tours of our facilities, meet with our program staff.
Thank you. We'll add some more detail in the next written submission.
Thank you. And I think, again, when I was talking about affordable housing, I was talking about housing for everybody, not just low-income household families, but households that may need additional support. And even low-income households oftentimes need additional support, and there are programs that are provided with it. And supportive housing is a very critical element. We have seen recently, due to post-pandemic, the amount of need for supportive housing for individuals or households and increased significantly. Many of them are not just adults. Sometimes some of them are children. Of course, you're not going to house individual children. There are supportive housing programs also for juveniles. So there are different kinds of programs. This is a program for adult individuals, I recognize, and it's a much needed goal in addressing the housing, because if you can stabilize the residents, which is what I do know that Doe Fund does, they stabilize the individuals, and this gives them the opportunity to become more permanent residents and an integral part of the community, rather than being isolated from the community. Okay. Go
I
ahead.
just want to add that having had some experience in affordable housing and supportive housing in both development and design, one approach, which is integration, which you're doing here in this current proposal, is to integrate supportive housing populations with normal working families, and to, instead of adopt an approach of isolation for supportive housing, rather to integrate communities, and it serves to benefit both communities, as the supportive housing population has a larger fabric in which to exist and to potentially succeed in independent living with resources provided in the building. And then the working families or the affordable housing tenants also benefit from the resources that are provided by the on-site staff and security for the supportive housing. So when we would develop projects in my former lives with integrated supportive housing, we would get a lot of pushback from communities, but the argument and hopefully the success was that you are integrating some people who are chosen specifically because they have the potential, or they exhibit the potential to live independently with some support. And ideally, this can help bring people from a position of being in supportive housing and help them achieve a goal of ultimately being independent. And so I think that from my experience and having worked on projects with integrated supportive housing, I think it's an excellent model and hopefully benefits not just the tenants inside the building, but the overall community and the city. That's all.
Okay. Anyone else? I see Eric Zuckerman, John McDonald, Michael Keane. Are they part of your team?
Yes, yes, yes,
Okay, so they don't need to speak then.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Regarding the one of the points that was raised in the public testimony from one of the people that just testified, she was talking about vibrations from the foundation construction. As far as Muser Rutledge indicated that if they're gonna utilize pile foundation, it's gonna be drill piles. My understanding is that drill piles is like among the least vibration, I would say, vibration producers in like foundation systems. So if they can put that in like a letter, or they can probably give it to the applicant, put in the statement of fact to indicate that the vibrations resulting from the foundation construction would be minimum, that would cover that point. In addition to that, my understanding is that the MTA and LIRR limit the vibration limits in the vicinity of the tunnel. So that would be like an additional element to limit the vibrations during construction. This is one thing. The other thing is actually that the statement that I indicated in the statement of facts, last paragraph on the statement of fact, page 10. It gives me an impression that constructing on top of the tunnel is permitted, because it says that the LIRR reserved or provided prohibitions to like construction on top of the tunnel, and which is like they limit the foundation depth to 10 feet below grade. my understanding is that construction over the tunnel wouldn't be permitted. If this is not the case, I would like either Muser Rutledge or the applicant research this and provide feedback on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you have any additional questions or comments, please provide it in writing. Okay, thank you. And one thing, I just want to, what was the address that you, because.
Looking at we are looking at the proof of hearing notification and do see that the applicant did submit a stamped envelope to 2027 Eastern Parkway under the name Cook Trust.
So the requirement of the board.
All that's required, yeah.
Yeah, the board.
It goes to the property owners that are on the city registration, not the tenants.
And that is the.
That's our requirement.
Is our requirement. Understood, but that is why that's there at the community board. So you could go to the community board and review those documents. What the requirement of the board is to notify all the immediate affected property owners. And you then can use the information provided to the community board. And knowing this team, I know you will be working very closely with the community board and updating them of all the next set of submissions so that not only the community board can review it, but also the affected residents.
Correct. And I'll mention, Ms. Cook, and I believe it was her mother, we're fairly well acquainted with them. Every community board meeting that we've had, they've been in attendance, and we've spoken with them both in the community board setting and on the sidelines of the community board. And we've provided direct lines of contact to the Doe Fund, in addition to fulfilling, the legal requirements for notification for the BSA process. Outside of that, I don't know what more we possibly could be doing to provide notification and opportunity for comment, et cetera. And we'll continue to do that throughout not only the BSA process, but as we go through the development process.
Yes, I think I would say from my brief experience at HPD, coordination and communication with community board and local block association, others go a long way in making these projects very successful, because there is an element of unknown, and way to get that out is to engaging them and explaining and walking them through the process so that there's a sense of understanding and I would say to some extent ownership of the project.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying, I think, to do a good project here. It's 100% permanently affordable housing at AMIs between 53 and 54% on a weighted average basis. We're trying to make the best use based on a hardship of 38,000 square feet of excess land and contributed to the public realm in some way. We've engaged sort of a blue chip roster of consultants and designers to make this project go above and beyond in terms of what it can achieve. But there's a lot of constraints. You had referenced earlier the BSA constraint of precedence. There's the HPD constraint of financing these projects. There's concerns that the neighbors have of what a good project looks like to them. And so we're trying to thread the needle of all of these actors and wind up with the best possible project for all parties. And it's impossible to satisfy everybody, but we're doing our best in addition to fulfilling whatever minimum requirements there are.
Thank you for, yes, you're absolutely right. And with regards to the open space, I don't know how the funding is going to lay out. Is it going to be through HPD funding or is it going to be something else? But in your documents, do provide how you would ensure securing that space. And so that it does not become a space that is going to become another area of concerns for the local neighbors. So while what happens in the interior layout and whether it becomes open to public or not, we don't want to weigh in on that, but you do need to indicate how you're going to ensure securing that space through your 24/7 monitoring, through gating it, whichever way. I'm not asking you to do that, but provide some way of giving the board and the community of assurance that you'll be securing that space.
Yes, at an absolute base minimum, it will be secured. I mean, I think do no harm is the first rule. And beyond that, we're trying to make it the best it possibly can be. And I'll just tick off briefly the folks that we've spoke to about funding for this open space, because we're, I think, going above and beyond to try and find the dollars to make it something beneficial for the public. We've spoken with, of course, the council member. We've spoken with senior folks at EDC. We've spoken with or we've reached out to the New York City Office of the Public Realm, Ya-Ting Liu. We've spoken with senior HPD folks. We've spoken with the Chief Sustainability Officer at HPD. We've spoken with Climate United and CPC and Enterprise around their greenhouse gas reduction fund. We've spoken with the DOT with their TIFIA program, Green Bank, NYSERDA, NYCEEC, Bloomberg Philanthropies, and the Bezos Earth Fund. So we've been banging on all these doors about a 100% permanently affordable housing designed by a world-class design team with 38,000 square feet of open space immediately proximate to a major transportation hub in New York City, and trying to find the dollars to make that project the best it can be. But it's subject to the momentum of the projects becoming more real so that we can get the funding to make those elements of the project come to fruition. But at a base minimum, the open space will be safe and secured.
That's helpful. Anything else? Any other questions or comments? How much time will you need to respond to all these comments, and what's your timeline in terms of funding?
So we have a nuance that I think the board should be aware of, which is the contract between the Doe Fund and the present site owner has a clause that the variance resolution has to be achieved by mid-June of this year. So we are targeting end of May to achieve the BSA resolution if we're able to achieve it, so that the project remains viable. So I think that we would like to proceed on a tight timeline here. So I believe that the next hearing date may be March 10th. So that would be, we'd like to make every effort to hit that with our responses.
Okay. Just March 10th, submission deadline is February 20th.
28th, you say?
20.
20. Okay. I don't know if we're going to make February 20th. We have a lot to digest.
Right. The next one is March 24th, 25th with a submission date of March 6th.
Okay. I think we should go for that one then.
Okay. I'm just looking at the calendar. I think we definitely can. Yeah. So you're listening in. Our next hearing is going to be scheduled for March 24th, 25th. Do check our calendar. And if you have any questions, it seems you're in pretty good touch with the community board and the applicant, or you can always reach out to our office to confirm the date and the time. Okay. Thank you very much. We really do appreciate the information you provided and the feedback and your continued concern and support of and protection of your neighborhood. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I do want to thank you all for coming for this very critical project that will be, I'm sure will be one of the many crowns
This concludes the public hearing for February 10th, 2025. Thank you, one and all.